As we had last left it off, the party had won the championship, and 2 days of downtime and revelry lay ahead of them. However, there were a few things they needed to address first. The first being what they had witnessed with Talion. Getting him in and casting Zone of Truth on him, you proceeded to interrogate Talion, and some truth was discovered. Some things were guessed by his non-compliance to answer said questions. Effectively, a lot had been learned. Not everything that you'd had hoped, but he was honest and forthcoming. And you told him to leave whilst you figured out what to do with it next. You went outside to resurrect Malchiah, and upon locating the area which you buried him and attempting to find the body, it had been discovered that he was no longer there. And after some guidance from Moradin, you found out that Malchiah's body was now somewhere within the city. Returning into Jaroshukai, you came across a very stern yet kindly woman who was looking after some orphans in a rather run-down area of the city, and you put on story time for them. At the end, she thanked you very kindly and requested that if you ever come across the knights in the future, that you keep an eye out for her brother Garrick, whom she missed and is hoping to see come home very soon. Proceeding a little bit onwards into the city, you came across another Jurassian guard by the name of Hunk Manners, who was investigating the source of diminishing food stocks within a specific area. Agreeing to help him, you ventured into the sewer and eventually found the culprit, a were-rat by the name of Ratto, who was stealing the food to appease what he viewed as his master, which is in fact a overinflated black pudding. Working together, you were able to destroy this thing, and Ratto regained his senses, to which he thanked you for finally freeing him of this curse, and he owed you a debt, one that both he and his clan owed simultaneously. He then proceeded further into the sewers and said that if you ever needed help from him or his clan, please do not hesitate to call upon him. And that is where we had left it off. So,
Where at army for the win?
I assume your cam just isn't working, Jack.
I'm actually on my laptop at the moment because I'm having computer issues, and unfortunately, there's a laptop is temperamental, and when it wants to let me do camera things.
Oh, just refresh.
I'm working on the computer issues.
So, you guys are currently standing in the streets of Jaroshukai. It is cold. It is busy. What do you want to do?
Armor.
Okay.
Nice and simple.
We're finding Arri some armor.
So, where would you like to go shop for some armor?
Anywhere that would sell halfling armor, to be completely honest with you. Or even kid-size armor.
It won't be exactly difficult to find halfling armor inside a city of this size. It will cost you standard prices to buy whatever armor you would wish to buy.
Okay, cool. Then, anyway, I suppose since we're more or less by Raziel Commerce, aren't we? So I might as well check there first.
Okay. So, Raziel Commerce is it's not on the strictest of lockdowns at the moment. They are allowing people in and out at the moment. When you would approach, you would initially be halted by the guards, but then upon getting a closer look of you and realizing just exactly who you guys are, they swiftly backed away, avoided eye contact with any of you, and let you pass. Raziel Commerce himself is currently in a state of disrepair. A lot of buildings had been burnt down and are in the process of being timbered up to be reconstructed. but it's a slow progress, considering that these people have been starving the most in the city. It is a grim sight, and nearly every street has one or two bodies just lying there. No one seems to be doing anything about it. But there are a few shops available for business. They are grateful for the coins spent. And, yeah.
Okay,
They have a number of things available. But for standard stuff, then it's easily purchasable.
Okay, I'm going to take a mental note of the dead people and see if they've got any defining features about them. As in, like, something that I could find later on should I need to, should a dead person suddenly disappear from the road.
So you just want to have a quick glance over the bodies as you see them, just to see if there's anything distinguishing about them.
Like, yeah, literally just so, like, if I walk past and someone's got a tattoo of an eagle on their cheek or whatever, just so that should I need to trace a body later.
I want you to make a medicine check, please.
Okay. And I am bad at medicine.
Most of the bodies that you find, it's kind of half and half, really. Some of them died from wounds, probably made from weapons, whether or not they was because of the riots or because they had something and then was stabbed in the street for it, you don't know. The other half, mainly, and the elderly and unfortunately the young children part of it, died of malnourishment. In terms of distinguishing patterns or something that's a body that sets itself aside from anything, you do not find anything that would mark a body up for anything of any note.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you. I am just walking through the streets a bit disgusted.
Yeah, it is a sorrowful sight, unfortunately. The Jurassi's presence in here is significantly lessened, i.e. non-existent. So, is there anything else you guys would like to do?
Is there any other shops that are open that are willing to buy, I don't know, gemstones?
Willing to buy gemstones?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a number of jewelers that are available. Half of them are boarded up purely for the shopkeepers' own protection at the moment. But you will be able to sell unwanted gems in Raziel Commerce at this time.
Nice.
So I'm just going to go sell the gem. I'm going to sell the gems.
Sounds good. We're definitely short on cash. We need to sell those gems. No, I'm joking.
I throw a spin out at him.
What a gem?
Just for Korgrin's own knowledge, the same jewelers would also have diamonds available to buy.
I would like to buy 300 golds worth of diamonds then.
Maybe just a straight swap for all these gems that we've got and just swap them for same value as diamonds.
You don't find diamonds, but you do find a diamond that is worth 360 gold pieces.
Pray with me.
It is rather large, probably about the size of your palm at the moment. It kind of looks like a Chaos Emerald, if anything.
You mean the Chaos Emeralds? But that's fair if they're willing to do a straight swap for gems for diamond, because I did have to use 300 golds worth for a certain rogue.
Had to? I mean, you could just let me die.
Next time I will, don't worry.
It really depends on the value of the gems that you have at the moment.
I've got to know that they're all worth 100 gold pieces each, and we have got a ship.
And how many gems do you have?
A tourmaline, 5 jets, 4 spinels, an amethyst of coral, 2 ambers, and 3 jades.
We've been collecting.
So if they're all worth 100 gold pieces each, then in terms of numbers, that's how many you can get. That's how much you can get.
We have 16 gemstones that are worth 100 each.
So that's 1,600 gold pieces.
Do we need that many diamonds? Are we like the diamond?
If there's only one diamond worth 360, then just take the diamond and then add the cash. Yeah, 3 gemstones or 4 gemstones for the diamond, and then the remainder sell them.
Sounds
Makes
good.
Sense. Have the clerics been in yet, or did they miss that?
The clerics, unfortunately, are not allowed in at this time.
Oh no, but okay, because it's still like the lights lockdown. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
It is unfortunate. The Jurassians are making sure that there is absolutely no more civil disobedience before they move into cleaning up the area, basically.
In that case, I guess I'll behave.
Are they watching?
Let me just grab my book.
Yeah, breastplate armor is actually worse for me
750, I want to say.
because my dex is 3. It counts as the same as what I've got now, and hopefully when my dex goes up shortly, it'll be worse.
So my dex is 3, so it would hinder me in that sense, but I still think it'd be better than... Oh, actually, I think
You
I
could
might
also
as
take
well.
medium armor master. If you take that, then your dex.
I can hear Leon crying at the moment. He's rather unwell. It's quite unsettling.
Oh.
Alright, so you want breastplate armor.
Preferably, yeah. If not, then studded.
Breastplate will be fine. You can buy that for 400 gold pieces.
Yeah.
So it's 14 plus your dex.
Mm-hmm. May I borrow some money from the bag of hold it?
Yes.
Thank
Take
you
it.
very much.
It does not give you disadvantage on stealth, so that's good.
Yeah. Let's add it in. Thank you. That gives me...
Ooh. Are there any shields of interest while we're here?
There are plenty of shields available. In terms of interest, have a quick look from my notes. Go ahead and make an investigation check, please.
I find a boot.
You find a shield with a smiley face on it.
Oh, that's nice.
It looks like it was drawn on by a young and bidding artist, probably no older than 6.
It's funny enough that my character in the other campaign has got a shield with war paint on with a big smiley face on it. Is there also a I'm trying to think of the word, but we got loads of like rock poison glands and talons and teeth and horns and spikes and shit. Is there anywhere that will sell that? Any
So there are multiple purposes for those items. One, you can give them to craftsmen to try and create something special, like with what Wade did with you. You can give them to more alchemist type people who, or even poison makers who might be able to brew something from that.
That sounds interesting. That.
Or you can give them to more academic wizard-like folk who would use such items as components for spells.
That's like
as,
a poison tip.
As it's a group decision, I'd be like, we have all this poison shit in the bag. I keep stabbing myself every time I put my hand in it.
Well, then stop thinking about it.
First of all, be more careful. Second of all, I'd love some like poisoned arrows that I could shoot at people.
I mean, the poison stuff is only going to be good for one thing, and that's probably to poison. So, I mean, that much is at least worth going to some kind of alchemist or, apothecary of some
That's the word I was
general
thinking of.
description.
We have like 4 poison glands in the bag.
Then after do it. We're not going to get any use for it, giving it to, the diamond trader or anything like that, so may as well.
So, what kind of poison glands are they? Are they
There are
rock?
4 rock and 4 bearded dragons.
4 rocks and 4 bearded dragons.
Bearded dragons or bearded devil?
Devils.
Bearded devils.
I was going to say, when do we fight bearded dragons?
It's
So-
because underneath it is dragon teeth.
Rennas, because you are a rogue and therefore trained in such matters, I would like you to make an intelligence check, please.
Yes, I might be trained, but I'm not intelligent.
And Arri, are you part rogue as well now, or?
I have not taken any levels in Rogue. I have a background in
nice.
Criminal. So
Then I will allow you to take an intelligence check at disadvantage, please. That's good. Okay, so between you both know that the rock glands could possibly be concocted into a specific kind of poison known as midnight tears.
And would we
But
know
you'll-
what Midnight Tears does?
It's something that needs to be ingested, and the poison suffers no effect until the stroke of midnight. If the poison has not been neutralized before that midnight, the creature needs to make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or take 9d6 poison damage.
I'm coming up with a new plan for the king.
Mhm.
As for the bearded ones, that is going to. You can actually create bird's ophir fumes from them. So the rock glands, you would only be able to create one batch from that one, but the bearded devils you'd be able to create 2 batches from of burnt ophir fumes. And that's the burnt ophir fumes is an inhaled one. They need to make a DC 13 con save or take 3d6 poison damage and repeat the saving throw at the start of each turns. And every failed save they make, they take another d6 poison damage.
Okay. So we could either go for... I mean, I do quite like the idea of the Midnight Poison. I don't exactly know when we'd use it. The king is my first thought, but as far as the other ones can...
That's what you guys think could be made with such things. In order to get such things, you would need to locate a very good alchemist or a poison brewer.
Yep, which we're happy to go look for, but I was wondering if we maybe try and trade the bearded devil glands for some kind of poison that I could use on my weapons rather than inhaling us. I don't know where inhaling fumes would help us, unless anyone else thinks of a scenario where they could be useful.
Well, it's literally a case of
is it really bad that I thought back to Nazi Germany? I'm bad.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Indeed. Well,
If we start setting up concentration camps, I'll be sure to let you know, Arri, but until then...
Spa murder! George has got it. It's fine.
In terms of inhaled stuff, you tell me how you would, what kind of delivery system you would want with that. Be it
Fantastic.
thrown or even put it on a handkerchief and then just blow it at them, or
so we
whatever.
get like little vials of it that we could use as grenades type things.
Yeah, and
Okay.
they would have to inhale it. So basically, you be creative with the delivery system, and then I'll tell you how well that would work.
Okay.
Into a fancy candle.
Yeah, incense sticks as well. Yeah.
Fancy death candle. Enjoy.
So then when we meet someone we don't like, we convince them to buy some incense from us.
You want to buy some death sticks?
Throw it
I
onto
don't
a
want to buy
fire.
any death sticks.
Okay.
Yeah, all sorts of applications for that. Probably the best place to try and attempt to find someone who might be a poison brewer would be, ironically, in the Elven slums.
Ah. How open are they looking these days?
Not open at all.
I mean, walled off from the looks of it.
Yeah.
Walls don't stand in Venas's way.
Except for when they do.
Funny enough, they do.
Unless there's a mayor at the top of them.
Ah.
Any interesting weaponsmiths in Raziel Commerce? Like
A number of
magic
them,
shops?
but go ahead and make an investigation check, please.
Oh, shit. The guy that has a 0. May I cast guidance?
A Moradin will help you out on this one, sure, why not?
Fuck me. Roll d4.
It is
11?
it is a big place, Korgrin, and as a dwarf, it is a little overwhelming for you.
And also all the bodies that I've caused.
Yeah. So I would say on this occasion, you personally would not be able to find a specific magic shop, but you can find shops that may have random trinkets in it, all kinds of things that could be found. Really, you just have to know where to look. Really.
I'd like some just standard arrows, because I do make a point of not... I keep forgetting to buy them as I go through a town. So I've only actually bought arrows twice, so I'm just planning on taking a load of gold off all the arrows I've ever used.
Yep, standard PHP prices for arrows.
Happy days.
Actually, sorry, Korgrin, you'll be able to find a scribe.
A scribe?
Yeah.
Mm.
So this is somebody who would sell low-level magic scrolls, basically.
We're good for those, I think, right now. So it would be I'll note it down, but like a mental note of it, but it's
No problem.
not quite what you were looking for,
Yeah.
Can I get some more parchment? Thinking of that, I'm running out.
Yes, you can. I do not know if they're standard PHP prices, but I think they are.
I think there are, yeah.
Would there be somewhere in Raziel Commerce to get another set of thieves tools? Because I'm very concerned I'm going to break mine. So
make an investigation check, because that's more a specialist item.
Yeah. Natural 1.
You do not.
I'd probably go into the guardhouse and ask. Oh, there's no guards in here, is there?
You spend too much time wondering whether or not you've lost your own thieves' tools to find more ones. You don't lose them, but you get paranoid about it.
Sounds fair.
Parchment is 1 silver piece per sheet, Arri.
Okay, I'll get 10 and I'll get a gold piece out of my own inventory.
No worries.
And can I do a separate check for thieves' tools? Because I know that mine are going to break at some point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, screw you too, Arri. Buy me some.
Having a wander around the commerce, one little place does catch your eye. It is effectively just a random trinkets stall that is being overrun by what you can see, maybe an old lady, a very kind old lady who might not be all there, and just briefly glancing over at her shop. She does have a pair of thieves' tools that she has mistakenly labelled as kitchen utensils.
Nice.
So she would actually sell that to you for a very low price of 3 copper pieces.
She can have my 3 copper pieces. I won't even try and bargain for that.
No, it's a super good deal, actually.
We've got 30 grand in the kitty, but no, let's quibble over 3 copper.
Nice. All that stuff.
Anything else anyone wants to buy?
Yeah, I want to see if I can find someone that'll maybe sell braces of defense or an amulet of defense or ring or something?
I would like you to make an investigation check. That's you're looking more along the magic shop area.
Oh, I'm not.
I don't think you did, Verity. But you can easily get that there. You do find a one place. It looks like it was hit pretty hard in the riots, and as such, the name sign for it has gone down at the moment. But it is open on its last limbs. There are a few trinkets a few magical items in there. Low level stuff. Most of them are just like aiding home stuff, like kind of like clean your own shoes, cloth or something like that. There's a hat stand that will suck off the hat on your head when you walk in through the door, and then as you leave the door, blow the hat back onto your head without you having to lift your arms.
If we ever get a house, I want that hat stand.
It's pretty convenient stuff, to be honest.
That's very cool.
He does have a few amulets, actually.
Just think we were looking for something to boost my AC. Because baby.
Have you tried armor?
No, thank you.
Go ahead and roll a D100 for me, please.
Oh gosh. Okay. Blip.
That is probably the highest I've seen a D100 rolled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, shit. Okay.
Rolled that big boy numbers.
You find an amulet of parrying.
Ooh, what did it do though?
Once per short rest, as a reaction, you can activate the power in this amulet, and it will raise your AC to the equivalent of your dexterity plus your proficiency modifier.
How long? Just for the reaction?
Yeah, it lasts for 1 round. So, yeah, basically.
Okay, and how much is he asking for it?
That is a good question. He will ask for... it's a pretty decent one, so he's going to ask for 370 gold pieces for that one.
We've got plenty of cash to spare, haven't we? That'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll take it out of the bag. I don't even ask you, I just take it out of the bag and put it on the counter.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you very much. Alright, bear with me just a moment, guys. I've got to go take dinner out the oven.
Roger.
Okay.
You can tell Pete I can hear the beep, beep, beep.
Yeah,
Again.
I'm just randomly watch TV in the living room when I sleep. Like, I'm not sure if you guys can see, but that's the living room, and there is just a set of glass doors there. So, yeah, there's my bedroom door, and then I got some snazzy glass doors. So, yeah, I can hear everything that goes on in the living room.
To be fair, I haven't heard anything else since I sent the message, but that little beep beep, it's you hear it straight away. It's like, that's 24.
To be fair, he has turned it down now. Thank you. But yeah, when we first started playing, I was like, I can't tell if that's background music or music from 24.
All right. So, was there anything else that you were looking for, or did you want to have a look at the other guy, this guy's other stuff, basically?
Yeah, I'll take a look at what else he's got.
Okay. So he has got braces of archery.
Oh, Rennas' ears just perked up.
You're not there. You're not there, Rennas. You're lost.
Oh, I thought we'd all gone together. Okay.
No. Unfortunately, everybody's making individual checks. So this is something I would say Otti and Bellatrix stick together like glue, so they are together.
And
Yeah.
they both recognise that as something that Rennas would want.
No, Bella would be like, I don't know, we could want that. What's next?
Yeah, there's not two archers on our team.
Yeah, whatever, what's next?
You need to shoot things, like, ugh.
Yeah, the two of us ain't smart.
There is a cast off armor, which is it's ring mail.
Ooh.
There is 2 potion of greater healings and a potion of climbing.
I think of someone who needs that.
I have gloves of climbing already.
There is a moon touched greatsword.
What does that do?
A moon touched greatsword. It is a greatsword. It has a special enchantment on it that basically radiates moonlight. So basically, make sure you're not in darkness anymore.
That's cute.
In terms of extra damage or anything like that, it's not something like that. It's basically just gives you light in dark, basically.
Very cool.
And like that. There is one more little item. I just want to make sure that it's the correct one, though. Because you'll probably really enjoy this one, actually.
Belt of giant penis.
Yes.
No, there is a belt of giant strength.
There it is.
More.
Tell me more. Tell me more. What giant are you made of?
It is a belt of hill giant strength.
19?
21.
Here it is.
Oh, my strength is actually really shit. For a barbarian.
So, while wearing this belt, your strength score changes to a score granted by the belt. The item has no effect on you if your strength without the belt is equal to or greater than the belt's score. So yeah, it's a hill giant's one, which means if you wore it and attuned to it, your strength will become 21.
21?
How much?
That one will cost you 3,500 gold pieces.
We
Can
have
I have it?
Bargain.
Please.
Persuade. Not there.
Okay, so we're going to do a bundle anyway because I want to at least get the potions, and we might as well buy the braces and stick them in the bag in case anyone needs them.
No, I don't know who would, but why not?
I mean, we got so much other shit in there that
fill it up.
Exactly. We've already got 2, just the one longsword. No, we've got a longsword and a greatsword in the bag, so we might as well just carry on picking up things.
Fuck.
Okay, so we will definitely want the potions, the 2 greater, and the climbing.
Okay.
Taking all of them? Should we see
We
how
might-
much it's all?
I'm tallying up. We haven't got many potions
Okay.
because Rennas has got them all
He needs them.
because he always dies.
So the potion of climbing will cost 75 gold pieces.
Oh, that's not.
The two greater healings will cost 250 gold pieces each. The
250.
moon
250.
touched.
I'm not sure about that.
The moon touched
Yes.
greatsword. Sorry. The moon touched greatsword will cost you 100 gold pieces.
So it's 675 so far. Yep.
The ring mail cast off armor will cost you 60 gold pieces.
I'm not tempted by that. Ringmail is heavy, I think.
Yeah,
It
it's
is,
14 AC.
It is heavy, yes. It gives you an armor class of 14.
Well,
No dex bonus.
No dex bonus. But the cast off enchantment means you don't spend 10 minutes getting it off. You can just don it off as a bonus action, I believe.
tear away armor.
which is very, very useful if you find yourself drowning and you can't get out of your armor.
Well, it's quite useful for but then you're going to try and get... no,
Who's
scrap that
gonna
idea.
wear it? No, we're not doing the yeah. No armor.
Who wants an AC of 14?
I know, right? When you've got an AC of... What am I at now? 23?
Yeah, shut up, you.
22. Oh,
I think mine's 15, to be fair. It's not much better at the moment.
The braces of armory will cost you.
archery.
Braces of armory will cost you 500 gold pieces.
1175 so far. Oh, my lead broke.
And of course, the belt of Hill Giant Strength will cost you 3,500.
4, 6, 7, 5. Okay. Did we get a bundle deal on that? Is he going to knock any money off?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to ask for a deal. At least, if we can try and get one of the items for free, maybe two, it'd be useful.
Make a persuasion roll.
I would be helping. Do you get advantage?
I feel like I should be
I'd be helping.
asking.
I'll lower the DC.
There we go. That'll do.
OT with negative charisma.
With -1, yeah.
No.
Oh, I have a +2.
So
Go.
you
You
should
can
take
do
your
it.
Rennas with you. Plus 11 persuasion.
I'm still going to do it.
So I've already called for the roll.
I'm still going to, yeah. I have.
Oh, she wet.
So
Not great.
the shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman, looks at you, and as you say, pretty pleased, he just looks. He raises an eyebrow of one of his eyes, which is currently black, and you can see that this guy has been through the rough and tumble of it. He's seen the worst of the riots, and he looks at you and goes, "I'm sorry, but the prices are set. I am just trying to survive, and it takes a lot to get said magical items. It takes a lot to store magical items, and it takes a lot to protect said magical items. So, unfortunately, I cannot lower the price."
That's fair.
I mean, we're happy to do a trade. We've got this wonderful longsword right here, so I put the +1 longsword down. And I also pull out the complete, unedited, handwritten copy of A Hero Rises and puts it next to it.
Ooh.
I'll take the longsword.
Fair.
How about this? I will trade you that longsword for one of the potion of greater healings.
What is the condition of this sword?
It's good.
Magical, it should be fine.
It's
Yeah, it'll be
bloody.
Wipe it off.
This is someone's sword, the demon guy's sword, I
Yeah, the
believe.
guy that turned into a demon at the end.
Oh, that's Sir Dorian.
Dorian. Yeah, I was going to say, what is it? Dorian Haynes or something like that?
I believe it was, yeah.
Yeah, Dorian Hayden's, sorry.
Yeah, okay. So I work out the total as 4,425, 4,425 minus the with the longsword. Take the longsword.
Yeah.
Yes, he'll trade you a potion, trade you the longsword for a potion of greater healing, so straight up trade on that one.
Nice.
But he very much appreciates your custom, and as you exchange the money, you just see a sign of relief over him, like kind of like, I can't believe I've just been bought out of my best stuff. I'm really going to be able to turn things around now.
What's the name of the shop?
The name of the shop, unfortunately, is broken at the moment. I'm considering a name change, actually. I didn't like the last one. It was called the Pooh's End.
I think it's
Sounds fine to
fantastic.
me, yeah.
No, I became there was a lot of butt jokes from the children, and, well, it just doesn't seem appropriate now, so...
Yeah, makes sense that you'd be the butt of their jokes. What are you thinking for the new name?
the lovely Half-Orc.
Oh, yeah, that's a great name.
In honor of the very rich Half-Orc who turned my business around.
You should get that published on some cards, and we'll hand some cards out for you.
Oh, I don't know anyone who makes cards, but if you'd like to hand out cards, I wouldn't say no.
We'll definitely tell people about this place.
Yeah, just scribble down the address on this bit of paper here.
Well, thank you. I get restocked every week once lockdown ends. Please come back. I'll happily apply a favorite customer discount for you if you bring up business for myself.
I'll tell you what, we have a friend of ours who is on his way to the capital. If you would help him out, it'd be fantastic. His name is Wade and Haren. They're on the way here. If you could help them out, it'd be much appreciated.
They made this, and I'm going to twirl my glaive around.
That's very fine crafted work. Are you selling?
Not unless you got something better.
Not weapon-wise, unfortunately, but I'd happily pay you 1,000 gold pieces for that.
No, I'm good, thanks, man. But if you ever come into anything that's better than this boy, I might be happy to trade it for a bit more gold, of course.
Of course. Well, please come back, and I look forward to seeing you in the lovely Half-Orc again.
Take care, man. It's not easy right now.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. And he gives you a very low bow, and you walk out of the store, hands fully stacked with all your new stuff as you start slowly putting it all into the bag of hold with him.
I put the belt on instantly.
As soon as you put the belt on, it's like a He-Man moment. Your already bulging, rippling muscles become even more bulging, and from going from a 6-pack, you now get an 8-pack.
I'm so strong.
And then it fades because you don't attune to it.
Oh! We'll come back in an hour, it's fine.
So, is there anything else you guys would like to do?
If we're done shopping, I'd like to go to the Temple of the Order. And just to do, because I remember Raphael was telling me that there was loads of info about our ancestors in there. I know that's where our houses were, but I'm assuming there's like a head temple information library sort of area.
There are 4 towers in the Temple of the Order. There's the Tower of Kalambor, Durafor, Haladin, and Greygun. They all specialize in various aspects of knighthood, so you'll have to go, if you want to look for a specific aspect of information, you'd have to go to the corresponding tower for that.
Okay. I just wanted some background knowledge on Loradir. I forgot my own guy's name.
Lorandir.
Lorandir. I knew Loradir wasn't right. I was close.
If you want to do a little bit of investigation into Lorandir, you'll have to. There are 2 ways you can go about it. You can be open about it, which risks prying the wrong eyes.
Yeah, that's a big one.
But you'll get the information a lot quicker. Or you can be rather discreet about it and work through subsidiaries and helpers. You know, making a long information chain, basically. Which will be safer, but it will be significantly slower. By doing that, you could try to find out which tower Lorandir trained and lived in before getting his own estate.
Okay. Yes. So I could ask, I'm assuming that's like sects of each tower. Is each like sect or? So
the Kalambor is the Tower of Pride and Justice. Durafor is the Tower of Strength and Power. Haladin is the Tower of Law and Order, and Greygun is the Tower of Birthrights and Duty.
None of them sound particularly Lorandir-like. Okay. As I can't seem to work out which one would be him, I suppose I'll start at Tower 1 and just ask some questions around that time period, not mentioning Lorandir specifically, but trying to.
Right. Are you going by yourself?
Unless anyone would like to come with me.
I have met up with Rennas by now, since we both fucked up our investigations.
Yeah.
We both bumped into each other looking for a shop. You're not a shop.
Oh! I'll go with, because I would
Okay.
like to look into Talion.
Okay. So, you guys make your way over to the Temple of the Order, abandoning your search in Raziel Commerce. As you get up to one of the main entrances of the temple itself, you can see the various portcullises there that shut off the area to the immediate thing. It's currently down at the moment, and as you get nearer, the portcullises do not open. But you can see the Jurassians there are watching you. It looks like they have a Knight Overseer on currently on one of the watchtowers, and they're just watching you getting closer at the moment. They're not making any reaction.
I'm just going to walk up to the gate. I'm going to greet them politely and say, so we actually only arrived in this fine town a short while ago, and you may recognise us as champions of the arena. And I just felt it was time I learnt more about this fantastic town that has offered us so much, because I know very little about it, and I've heard there's so much information of the Knights of the Order, and I'd like to look around any libraries you have, if that's possible.
The Jurassians are staunchly quiet. They keep on shifting glances at the knight that is overlooking you at the moment. To which the knight calls out, "You may call yourself a champion, but at the end of the day, you're still a fucking half-elf."
Oh.
I mean, we've got permission anyway from Oathsworn Bellius to enter
I know you have fucking permission, but I don't mean it have to be happy about it. So,
We're not asking for your happiness.
we'll let you in under constant watch and guard. But make no mistake, half-elf, you ain't welcome here, and you're wanted elsewhere. Nobody wants you, no one likes you, so do your business and go.
That is the story of my life, good sir. Thank you very much.
Open the gate! And the portcullis slowly rises. And you are able to proceed into the Temple of the Order, the base area, with 4 Jurassian guards flanking you. Making your way in, the 4 towers are reaching up over. The peak of the towers actually go over the walls of the Skyhold district themselves. They're that big.
So with the rope long enough, if we get to the top of these towers, we can break into the Skyhold district. That's what I mean.
Oh, there's maybe a good mile between the peak of the tower and.
I can throw a rope a mile, surely.
However, there are a number of people currently in the plaza area itself. This particular area is it's cold, but it's not as cold as out there. There seems to be some form of magical heat that sort of just kind of keeps the temperature up around the area. They have a number of very beautiful ice sculptures that is constantly being tended to by a number of artists, and the gardens are very well kept as well, with winter assorted rose bushes and the like. There are a number of knights, not in armor, but carrying themselves with enough swagger so you can tell that they are knights. They stare at you with an increasing distaste in their eyes as you walk through their holy ground.
I smile friendly at every one of them.
Most of them just spit on the ground as you walk past.
I slip it up.
The tower to the very far left of the temple is the Tower of Kalambor, the Tower of Pride and Justice. Walking over into that particular tower and going through the main entrances, it is very large. The inside of it is not as hollow as you're expecting. However, there is an immediate central fuselage to the entire tower itself that spirals all the way to the top of the tower itself. There's a good 300 feet between the entrance to the very center of the tower itself.
So that's at least 150 people. Or some disfigured ones.
There is a number of effectively rooms, buildings, cordoned off areas. Think of a very, very busy airport lounge kind of place that just dots the immediate area. That sort of doesn't give you a straight shot, but it just fills out the area all the way to the center, in which case there are two very large spiral staircases that sort of intermix with each other a little bit, that you can see it just go up and up and up, basically giving you access to the upper floors. So, where would you like to go from here?
I'm going to ask the 4 lovely guards escorting us that are so friendly towards me if there's a library area.
They look at you and they say, "It might be. I don't know. Oh, forget."
Ask a steward. Any stewards about?
There are a number of squires about. You flag one down, a youngish-looking chap, probably no older than 15 or 16. And he says, "Oh, my apologies. My master, he requires his armor polishing immediately. I do not wish to keep him."
I'm just going to turn to the 4 guards and say, "Look, you don't want me here, and I'm not leaving until I've been able to look up a few things. So if you point me in the right direction, the sooner I look things up, the sooner I leave, everybody's happy."
Make a persuasion roll.
Oh, go on. Use that plus 11.
24.
Nice.
Sometimes you half-elves don't speak pure gibberish.
I thank you
All
for
right,
your heartfelt compliment, sir.
You want to go on to the second floor. It's just past the Hall of Heroes.
Yep, and we head up to the second floor. I head up to the second floor. I'm assuming Corey's with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need a
So,
hero.
making your way to the central area, you start making your way up the silver inclined marble-like staircase with velvet, purple rugs on the actual steps themselves. As you get onto the second floor, there is now it's more akin to an actual building with multiple rooms to it. So there's no longer the open floor plan anymore. There are signs available, and following said signs, you make your way into a large hall-like area known as the Hall of Heroes. There are probably about 100 statues dotted around here, in various stages of reverence, all of them polished and cleaned, and looking as eminent as probably as the day they were sculpted.
Do they look like knights, the statues?
Yes, they do. Yes, they are. They are all depictions with small epitaphs of historical knights.
Do any of them look like Edgar?
Not quite what I was going to
Yes.
ask, but fair.
I would like to have a quick
There
look
is-
at Edgar's one and read his epitaph.
So Edgar's one is actually probably the most prominent one. It's definitely the largest. Making your way over into this particular one, it's you have to ascend several steps just to get to it, and it's the inside of it is cordoned off by velvet ropes. You can see Edgar there, and gone is his sneer and his cockiness. Now you see a face that almost looks protective and heroic in every measure, every sense of it. His armor is billowing with pride, and his cape sort of glows with the wind. The epitaph on the base of it says, Lord Commander Edgar, hero of Windwood and right hand of His Majesty.
Roger, Roger.
As you look at this statue, what appears to be an aging old man, more of an artisan than anything else. He's currently just polishing the immediate area. Swings by you and he says, you're taking an interest in good Edgar. He is the pride of our knights.
Yes, I hear he is a brave and wonderful soul. I have not, learned a great deal about him. I was just trying to work out what he did to become so powerful.
Well, it was quite a tale. He rose from nothing. Not many stories, rumors best of his origins, but without a doubt, many years ago, he turned up in the King's Court, right at the penultimate area of the Succession War, and he picked the side. He picked the side of the one candidate for the throne who had not spilt any of his siblings' blood or any of his countrymen's blood in a vie for power as his other brothers had done. And that was King Turiel.
What a true noble champion he is.
Indeed. And with Edgar's backing and his swiftness of sword and his nobleness of self, King Turiel was able to ascend to the throne. And for this amazing debt, this great honor that King Turiel had been done upon, he then named Edgar Lord Commander of the Knights.
Well, thank God for Lord Edgar managing to help our true and wonderful king ascend to the throne.
Yes, he is truly a sight to behold. Many of the younger knights and squires here, they aspire to be like Edgar. Maybe if you work hard, good sir, maybe you will be able to reach that glory one day yourself.
I feel I can only dream, but maybe one day I will have the pride of being able to stand with Edgar on the battlefield.
Indeed. And what a day that would be. Well, my apologies.
I pity my enemies.
I've wumbled long enough. I must get back to work. My apologies.
Pleasant polishing, good sir.
Thank you very much. And he gets back to work, basically.
I don't know how you can be quick about 100 statues, but are there any dead knights here, i.e. from...
most of them are deceased knights, yes.
So would, say, Desda be here? Desdemonda's mother.
Desda is not here. Desda was a member of the Royal Guard. And the knights here, they held various stations within the order, but each one of them, upon read their stories, they did something that went up and above beyond what most knights do.
Okay.
Desda not being here probably signifies that she was just a royal guard. Probably very skilled in what she did, but nothing that solidified her as a legend as the rest of these knights did.
And any that look particularly like Talion at all?
No.
Any relatives, like, oh, that looks like Talion's nose kind of thing?
Make an investigation check.
Guidance, if I may have it, but I feel I may not.
Sure.
Fuck me, I am rolling shit tonight. 8. Yay.
You don't really find anything.
Fair enough.
Is there anything about a Knight Yukio around here?
No, there is not. There's no statue for Knight Yukio.
I wasn't really expecting that. He's a fairly new knight, I believe. But yeah,
Yes.
As is Edgar, but obviously Yukio is not quite as cool as Edgar is.
Yeah, I mean, a detractor of Edgar would say the only reason he has a statue is because of his rapid ascent to power for being friends with the right people. Whereas you just briefly glance at the stories of other knights. Some of them stood single-handedly against hordes of demons in the old war and won the day at the cost of their own lives. So it's quite safe to assume that these legends, many of the statues were created posthumously.
Okie doke.
So yeah, so proper inspiring people here. Obviously, some you can probably tell what are here because of politics. Edgar may or may not be one of them. It really depends on your point of view.
Okie doke. So, aside from the statues, are there like books on shelves around the sides? Is there any sort of index? Is there a librarian?
Making your way through the Hall of Heroes, eventually you come into an archive-like area where you see rows and rows of stacked up high to the ceiling scrolls, books, memoirs, all kinds of information here. And as you walk into this particular area itself, the guards say to you, well, you got 30 minutes. Go find what you're looking for.
Jeez.
Okay, I'm going to I'm going to aim to investigate the Oathsworn and go back to try and find the Oathsworn that were killed by our grandparents. We'll work for that sort of time frame and try and pivot off that.
Okay, so go ahead and I want you to make a history check, please. Korgrin, what are you looking for in this particular area?
I wanted to look for Talion or Talion's parents, because he said that his parents were killed by ours.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So I wanted to see if there was any particular, say, Memorum book about knights that were killed by the treacherous.
So interestingly, any reference to the legendary knights of old are not present in this library.
Thought
that also speak for their victims.
In terms of their victims, go ahead and make an investigation check, please.
This is definitely going to be with guidance.
I mean, some of the Oathsworn that I've just looked up or attempted to look up were some of the victims.
I will. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay, so you've both succeeded. So I'll go with Korgrin first, though. So Korgrin, you do find a book of fallen heroes in the line of duty, and there are. You do find two names that you recognise. That is Desda and bloody hell, the name of the bloody revenant who I can't remember at the moment. Tobias, that's the one. Yeah, So you see both of them were killed in combat in defense of their king by Black Mark.
Desda/Tobias killed in defense of their king by Black Mark. Okay.
As in, like, the name was there and it's been redacted.
Censored. Yeah. Redacted. Don't worry, I'm not going to write down a name of a guy called Black Mark.
Black Mark.
Yes.
I'm thinking of that scene in
Black Mark. He's got to be Black
Mark.
I'm thinking of that scene in Deadpool 2 when he's like, I'm...
There's Francis.
I can't remember what the guy's name is, but the guy that meets in prison, he's like, I'm Black Ben or something. He's like, I'm White Wade Wilson.
So that is the information that you find in doing that. You find so you've actually caught me with my trousers down on this one, Korgrin, because I did actually make significant information on this. However, that information has not been saved on my records. So I did actually make the name of Talion's mum and dad.
Mhm.
But unfortunately, that's not been saved. So I'm going to give you two names, but if I change them, I will let you know. So they are going to be
placeholder names.
yeah, basically. They are Escanor and Lily. So Escanor and Lily Talion.
That's
couple
their
was known as
surname,
Lil
it's Talion.
Is that the surname?
Yeah.
Escanor Talion and Lily Talion. Interesting. And any... Okay, that's fair. I imagine a separate investigation will have to be done to find any genealogy, but fair. I will take that, and that's what I'll spend, my first few minutes doing anyway.
Okay. So, Rennas,
Yeah.
can you remind me what it was you were looking for again?
So I was looking for the Oathsworn, records of the Oathsworn, going back to the time when, obviously, our grandparents killed them.
Lovely. So, fortunately, that information has survived. Oh, bullshit. How did that not save? The character sheets are there.
They're just blank.
Oh, you know what it is? I reckon it's this change. Because Roll20 is different now.
I've heard other DMs say that stuff. I haven't seen anything from a player side that's changed, but I did hear there were some changes made.
Alright. Okay. So. Fucking hell. All right, so I'm going to give you the information, but it's probably incorrect, unfortunately. So I'm working from memory here.
No, that's fine.
I've got to go. This is why I like to write everything down, because I can't loot. It can't be lost that way due to shenanigans.
It is very easy to lose written things with shenanigans.
Yeah, well, I have very specific notebooks for each of my campaigns, and I look after them as if they were the Bible. So
I have 3 for this campaign alone.
I also have 3. I just got a new one today. Don't know why I have a notebook there that's from this campaign. This one was here.
I have 2 up there, but yeah, this one was there for work, so I was like, "Oh, it's here, and here's a pen, sorted."
Right. So, in terms of the Oathsworn, there can be a maximum of 6 Oathsworn knights at a time, and a complement of maybe 40, 45. Sorry, no. No, so a maximum of 6 Oathsworn at a time, a complement of I would say about 50 Royal Guards. Now, the Oathsworn they could be former leaders, adventurers, generals, basically extremely powerful individuals who are legendary in their own right, who give up their own self-identities and take an oath to protect the king, basically. Where is it? Oathsworn.
Is anyone's emoji on Discord set as the sad emoji? I just realised, and it's quite upsetting.
No.
Where and why?
In the chat bar, there's the present, the GIF, and
yeah, it is now.
If you hover over it, it changes.
Yeah, it changes.
Oh, there we go.
So,
that's cool.
So yeah, the Oathsworn are former knights, nobles, generals, even adventurers who have taken an oath of celibacy, given up the right to own land and dedication to arms in order to guard the royal family. The only thing of their past that remains is their name.
Oh, okay.
So at the time of King Raziel's death, there were 6 Oathsworn. 3 of them were slain at the time. One of the there was one who is still in effect today. Who's still an Oathsworn today. That is Oathsworn Durinor.
Like urinal, but with a D.
Yeah. So Durinor.
Oh, journal.
I was
Durinor.
well off.
So yeah, Oathsworn Durinor is the only surviving Oathsworn who protected King Raziel, King Dumar, and now King Duriel.
Interesting.
The other 2 survivors, they eventually had to retire because they could not protect the king anymore. They were replaced by a couple of other individuals who didn't also retired a few years later. That brings you up to the current ones. So the most recent addition to the Oathsworn is Oathsworn George. Looks like he came into power right around the time where King Turiel ascended to the throne.
So when Edgar turned up, and he's the one that Talion told me killed my dad, isn't he?
Yes.
Okie doke.
If I remember. No. Hold on. Yeah. Oathsworn George.
Yeah.
It was Oathsworn George. Yes. That's what Talion said. Before them, before George, it was Oathsworn Diamond, and then before Oathsworn Diamond, it was Oathsworn Bellius. And then there are 2 Oathsworn positions that have not been filled to this day.
So there's only 3 Oathsworn at the moment.
There are 4 Oathsworn.
4 Oathsworn. Sorry.
Bellius, George, Diamond, and Durinor.
Yes, of course. Sorry, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, even though I'd just written Durinor down, I forgot him already. No, okay. Is there anything in the records of the Oathsworn that would lead to more details about the time when the king was killed and the Oathsworn were killed? Is that got a set? I mean, surely there's a whole set of history books on that.
That is actually one of the things that is heavily censored, and that information
so not
is
getting much from it.
Not going to be able. You're not going to be able to find that, unfortunately.
Okay.
It's interesting. Even the knights censor that sort of information to the point where it matches the narrative that everyone has always been told. That 6 legendary knights sworn to protect the king betrayed him when he was most vulnerable, and as such were cursed and executed for their crimes, their families exiled.
What about the king made him particularly vulnerable at that time?
Because the war had just been won, and it was a celebration.
Right,
so
okay.
Everyone's guard was down, basically.
Okay,
when everybody's guard was down, they struck. Now they tried to escape, and they pretty much slaughtered the entire royal guard, along with 3 of the Oathsworn, before they were caught. And that is the vocal history that has been repeated by people.
The verbal official version.
Yes. In terms of actual historical records of it, there are none in this library.
Dornor would know if we get him alone.
The history according to the Ministry of Truth.
Are there any execution records from around that time of high-ranking people or notable people that were killed? Because that would cover our ancestors.
Not in this archive. They wouldn't keep track of that sort of thing in this archive.
That makes sense. This is all about pride and justice, not scumbags who broke their oaths.
Basically, yeah. In terms of that, so pride and justice just by researching around, it is the path of the knight that values wholeness in oneself. To basically, you have to believe that you are on another level from everybody else.
Have to be a pompous git.
No, not along that lines. More along the lines of you are more skilled, and therefore you are able to make judgments better than those who have not had the experience you have had, and you must apply that knowledge and that assuredness in oneself to deliver justice as a knight would see fit. Now, of course, that is very much open to interpretation.
Edgar seems to be stretching that interpretation quite far.
Yeah. I.e., I'm better than everyone else, therefore what I do is justice. Which is would be considered a perversion of the creed, but not inaccurate.
One last thing in here, then. Is there anything about Raphael anywhere that I can see? I think he's fairly new as well, so I don't think there will be anything here, but worth checking out while we're here.
Just a moment. PCs, here we go. He is. There are no records of Raphael in this archive, which leads you to believe that he may not have been part of the Tower of Kalambor.
Yeah, that's fair. Okie doke. Anything else you'd like to check while we're here, Mr. Korgrin?
I'd like to follow up on the Talion lead. The mummy and daddy Talion did a special hug, and then baby Talion was born. End of lead.
With that high investigation, you're fairly confident that
It's here.
this archive does not keep track of genealogy records. It is purely about the induction, the accomplishments, and furthermore the lifestyles of very specific knights, especially the ones that lead towards the tower, that leads toward the more the points of the creed of that particular tower. Now, the information you found is basic general information that could be found in each of the towers. But for any more specific knowledge in regards to Talion's parents, apparently it doesn't. I would say it's not available in the Tower of Kalambor.
Can't imagine we're going to be granted access to the one of, what was it, birthrights?
Grey Gun is birthrights and duty.
I'm assuming if it was going to be anywhere, it would be in there. At least genealogy, children, parents, grandparents would probably be in birthrights of this is who you came from, and now this is where you are. So if we're allowed, if that's still within time, or if it's a 30 minutes per tower, but I get the feeling it's probably not. It's 30 minutes.
You're kind of overstaying your welcome at the moment.
I mean, we can come back either tomorrow or another time, and I can wear the hat of disguise so we're not quite hated as fucking much. You'll have to come up with some sort of story of who I am and to get us through. But
I think it was anti-magic on the gate.
Oh shit, there was one now. I do remember that. Okay.
So it would have to be one of the humans.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
someone
fair
more
enough.
respected than a half-elf. Because I don't think they have issue with me.
I mean, give me 10 minutes alone, I'll make him fucking respect me.
No, I don't doubt it.
Sounds kind of gay, bro.
Bow wow.
But
Right.
if that's all the time we've been granted, then I'll probably dip out.
That's
So
fine.
as you go to leave, the many historians, librarians, knights of the Tower of Kalambor, basically they just give you guys the stink eye. They clearly didn't want you there, and they look very relieved to see you be going.
I wave in a friendly way and say bye.
You get the sense that the Knights of the Tower of Kalambor are probably one of the worst examples of the Knights.
That explains why Edgar's here.
Yeah, it's more along the case of every tower is slightly different, and you just unfortunately chose the dickhead tower.
I mean, pride and justice. You're not going to get a Tower of Circle Jerk quite like that.
But with that, you are swiftly escorted from the premises without any more words. They do not have any means to. They do not have any desire to speak to you, especially with a half-elf in tow.
I still thank them as we get to the gate and say goodbye. Because manners cost nothing, but I don't say that last bit out loud.
Something about manners maketh man and all that.
Yes, and I feel like the prequel to that scene is just coming up. Manners maketh man. And I lock the door. Go!
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
That one.
Sorry about that. So, is there anything else you guys would like to do for your 2-day downtime period?
Would it be...
Honey, I've got a list.
Would it be possible to go to the menagerie and basically copy as many of the transportation circles as I can?
I'm so glad that whisper worked so well.
Oh no.
I mean, with negative charisma, I feel like that's apt.
From Otti, yeah, never ever put in paragraph spaces from a whisper. Because I learned that the hard way. I'm going to... Mr. and Mrs. Satin. What is a satin?
A material. Satin
okay. I was thinking of Satan. Yeah, 4 silver. 4 silver, Otti.
Tart.
Sorry, what was the initial question from somebody?
I asked if I could copy the transportation circles, but
you will be allowed to copy the main one that is effectively that goes into the plaza of the menagerie.
Okay, and none for like surrounding cities. So if I wanted to find the one that is to Feliderzan or the one to I assume any big.
If you wanted to go to Feliderzan, you would need to know the address of the one in Feliderzan, which means you would have to go to Feliderzan.
So there's no transportation circle, so it's just one massive transportation circle, is it? Rather than a series of. Oh, okay. In my head, it was a series of.
No, it's kind of the way it works is it's like each. You have a mental or address book, basically, of all the teleportation circles you know.
Less wormhole, more GPS coordinates.
Yeah.
QR codes.
Yeah. So
I'll copy that one from the menagerie then.
There are a few. There are a few in the menagerie, but there's one main one that is. You see it in as you go to copy it, it's almost in constant use. Like you see people come in and out every 5 minutes or so. It's a brief flash of blue and a little bit of sparkle, and somebody basically just materializes on the spot and then just goes about their business.
Okay. So what are the other ones? If
they are in specific colleges. As in the College of Necromancy would have one.
Oh, that's fine. I'll just I'll take down the main one for the menagerie because better to have it than to not. I think I was imagining too much of the flu system, you know.
Yeah.
Verity
unfortunately, it's not the Food Network.
Diagonally.
Copy my spells to my book, possibly some stuff. Yeah, so that will cost the corresponding gold to get all that done, Verity, but it's all possible. Corgi, would you teach Verity Commune?
I'd make Verity swear to not prank gods with it, because they will smite you, and it will be swift. You're getting a personal audience with a god. Please don't shit on the carpet.
I mean, you'd have to commune. Let me just have a quick, actually, because I think you. Do you choose the god, or is it just whoever you are gods
you
with?
Contact your deity
Your
or
deity
a
or
divine proxy.
So in this case, that would be a direct link to Steve.
Divine proxy.
Yeah, so you would be able to contact Steve or have a direct line to Steve.
Direct line for your insurance quotes on your life. So I mean, yeah.
Churchill, can I save me cut money on my car insurance? Oh yes.
Oi, Steve, can you save my friend Rennas?
Oh yes.
Again.
All right. I'm going to try not to die anymore.
And can you teach me jujitsu or standing upside down? Oh no. But you still could save my friend Rennas from dying. Oh yes.
Like, we're having to go Italian for dying and coming back. How many times has Rennas done it?
Twice.
Only twice.
But we know where that magic comes from. We don't.
That is true. That is very true.
People are afraid of the unknown. But yeah, I'd happily teach Verity Commune.
Okay.
I would like to, if I may.
Yeah.
We have a second bag of holding.
That's a specialist item, so you'll have to do an investigation check for that one. In either Raziel Commerce or the Menagerie, the DC varies.
Okay. I'm going to have very busy days, unfortunately. I'd probably look in the Menagerie. So, investigation for Menagerie.
You do not find them.
You could not investigate today.
So, would I be in the Menagerie the same time as Korgrin as I'm doing my little doodle? Because if I am, I'll go up to him, ask him what he's looking for. And then try and find it myself.
You see Korgrin wandering around the Menagerie, just looking very lost.
What are you here for?
I need a magic bag. That's all I want. And all I'm finding is books and students and that guy that died again.
Fair enough.
Can you steal his amulet? I fucking need it.
Do I find the bag of holding?
There is not a bag of holding available in the Menagerie at the moment.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't even know who that is.
I'll just be like, yeah, I'm pretty certain there's not one here at the moment. Have you tried the commerce? Do you want me to help you look for one in the commerce?
No.
I would. I'm just not having a lot of luck lately. I don't know why.
Right, give me 5 minutes. Let me finish copying this down, and we can go look in the commerce.
All right. So
Thank you.
Eventually, Arri finishes up copying the teleportation circle, and both of you make your way over to Raziel Commerce.
And this is where I fuck up on my investigation check, probably.
Yeah, go and make an investigation check. You find one guy.
And I take your roll back. Fuck you.
You find two guys. So Arri, as you are wandering around the various stalls, you do see a bag hanging from a stall that looks very, very similar to the same bag that Otti has, and you're drawn to that. As you walk over there, Korgrin, you get a tap on your shoulder, and it says, you turn around and you see a rather stubbly kind of man, a bit scrawny, looks like he's been malnourished. He says, hey, mister, words on the street says that you're looking for one of them bags of holdings. Oh, I got ones for you. And he opens up his cloak, and you see a lovely bag of holding on the inside of his cloak.
I genuinely thought he was going to show me his ball sack then.
I still think that's what it is.
Corey just buys it and then just like, wait, it's attached.
It's a genuine bags of holdings, it is. I'll be willing to sell it to you for 10 silver.
That's incredibly cheap for a bag of holding, good sir.
I've got no monies, and I know I need my food, so I'll be willing to sell this one for very cheap.
Insight
But if
check.
Go ahead.
Oh my fucking god!
You've never met anyone speaking more honesty in their life, Korgrin. And do you feel compelled?
I fucking buy it, yeah.
Okay. So, you buy it. It does very much look like a bag of holding. You
I
can
turn it inside out. Just in the street, I fucking turn it inside out. I don't want to put my hand in and there's shit in it. Fuck, I'm gonna fucking die this session. It's a good thing I'm doing any combat. Jesus.
It could be like one of those stories you see on Twitter. It's like, you turn it inside out and 21 silver pieces fall out.
You turn the bag inside out and nothing comes out.
Interesting. Well, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much. I can eat tonight.
Do I actually get any magical voodoo from the bag? Is it even magical?
Make an Arcana check.
If I get another one. Oh my god, he rolls above a 10!
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely magical.
That doesn't
It's
reassure me for some reason.
It's definitely a bag of holding.
They can hold stuff.
Arri, you go over and you have a brief conversation with the store holder. They know that this is a bag of holding, and they would be willing to sell it to you for 500 gold pieces.
Okay. So I kind of look at it and I'll be like, how do you definitely know that it's a bag of holding?
Well, you can put something in there and then take it out. It'll be fine.
That's what a normal bag does.
Well, look, and he picks up a rather large lamp that's like probably taller than you, actually. And he starts putting it inside the bag. It is like a small bag, and it disappears and disappears. See? And then he reaches in and he starts pulling it out again, and basically proving beyond without a doubt that it is a bag of holding.
Okay. My issue now is the fact that I do not have 500 gold on me.
Ah, well then. Have a good day.
Oh. Well, neither did I, and I didn't get an allowance from Mummy Otti. Shit.
No. What would you say to trading it for a unicorn hair?
No, it's not worth a unicorn head.
I ain't got no needs for a unicorn hair, sorry.
Oh. So I bring out my ruby worth 200 gold pieces.
Oh, well, that's certainly valuable. We've got a couple more of those and we got ourselves a deal.
Call it 400 and we got ourselves a deal. I'll give you this ruby and you can have 200 gold pieces.
Why do we need a second one? Let's just go with... Why are we buying a second one?
Make a persuasion roll. Make a persuasion roll. And Otti, you're not there.
Nice.
Fuck.
Restock your health.
No, I'm sorry. This is a very valuable item. I can't sell it for less than what it's worth. 100 gold pieces is a significant portion. So, sorry, okay. 500 stays.
450.
Make another persuasion roll at disadvantage.
Fuck my life. Okay. Where's Rennas when you need him? Oh, it's better.
Reading his book.
That's true.
475.
454.
I'll
And-
give Arri the extra 25 because I have 127 on me.
He takes the ruby and the money, and you purchase yourself a fantastic new bag of holding. And now both Arri and Korgrin have got bags of holding.
Can I have that one? Because I don't. This was on the inside of a guy's coat. I don't think he was wearing clothes underneath. Probably a bit sweaty and smelly.
Why?
Should
Like,
I-
do you mind? Like, tell me why you need it first. I literally just spent all of my winnings on this.
I mean, you can get it back from Otti, but I wanted to do something nice for the people of Raziel's commerce.
Fine. There you go. I'll have the ballsack bag.
Here you go, I think. You're welcome, thank you.
Can I do an Arcana check on it, please?
Yeah, go ahead. It's definitely magical.
Okay, like, so I wanted it a bit more in depth and magical. Can I spend time studying it to see what it is about it? Can I actually pick up shit off the street and throw it in and
Yeah.
see what happens to it?
Just get Verity to identify it.
Yeah.
There's no shit on your hand.
So Bella, you're not there.
Yeah,
So-
I can, but while she's not here, I can just pick up shit off the street, throw it into it, because
Yeah. So you
I'm
put it
Arri,
into
I'm
the bag.
impatient. Not
Uh,
literal shit, mind, like stones and sticks and
yeah, no,
you know
that's fine.
things
that's
like
fine.
that.
So you open up the bag and you put a stone into the bag, and yeah, it seems to disappear into an extra dimensional space.
Okay, so I fill it until what I perceive would have filled a normal bag of this size,
Mhm.
and then I'll tip it out.
Okay.
Does everything that I put in there come out?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah, all the stones, all the little pebbles come falling out of it.
Okay, I'm going to put bag of holding question mark because I'm still doubting this.
I'll give you something for lovely 10 silvers, and all you guys do is just question me.
I wonder why we don't have trust issues, Jack.
We've been playing this game for 6 months, well, more than 6 months now.
Yeah. Okay, so 2 days pass.
Wasted a lot of time, but I haven't done everything that I wanted to do. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, what else would you like to do?
I'd like to get 1,000 gold from Otti so that I can buy a crystal ball, if possible.
Yeah, I give you allowance and I pat you on the head.
Thanks, man.
Hair dye is easily findable, Bella, so it won't be an issue for you. It'll 3 copper pieces per hair dye, so it won't be an issue.
So would you say I acquire a crystal ball, or do I need to roll investigation? Because I'm not doing very well at that tonight, I'm going to be completely honest.
What is the purpose of the crystal ball?
Scrying. It's the component for scrying.
Alright, so that would actually be easily accessible for the menagerie, from the menagerie.
Fantastic. Doesn't say it gets consumed. I think it's just the focus for it. So
That's right, yes, yeah.
I would like to scry on Melchiah's corpse, if I may.
Bear with me just a moment. Didn't you already scry?
Yeah, but I didn't have it, and I didn't realize I needed it until afterwards, so that's on me.
Right, okay.
We had 1,000 gold even at that point, so you would have gone out and bought one if.
Yeah. A creature. Melchiah is a corpse, not a creature.
You should still be able to scroll.
You can see and hear a particular creature chooses on the same plane as existence. Now basically the way I'm reading this is that the target, in order for Scry to work, hold on.
Thank you.
Yes, in order for the Scry to work, it needs to be a creature that can make a wisdom saving throw. Melchiah can't because he is dead. Or it needs to be a place.
Fair enough. And I'll try for the
way I'm going to rule this is that as he is a corpse and therefore unable and not undead, therefore the scry will not work on a corpse. You do not know where his body is located, therefore you can't find him through location.
Would you say I've used my spell slot, or would I just fail it as it attempts?
It would fail as you attempt to do it.
Then may I try and scry the... Where is the description? Gaunt fella, super pale skin, heavy dark eyes, really short hair / buzz cut, scar across his cheek like a claw. That individual.
Right, so his... you do not have any part of him. So he has a +5 on the save modifier.
Yep.
What is your spell save DC?
My spell save DC is 15. I'm just checking the minuses though. You know the target. -5. Likeness or picture. So -2 for that. Possession or garment, body part, lock of hair, a bit of nail, the like. I don't have it.
So effectively, he has a +3 to this save. Plus his actual wisdom bonuses as well. So. Okay. So you cast Scry, focusing on this one particular image of this person you see in your mind, and your mind loses itself in your own body, and you are above the city. And you're aimless there for a little while. As eventually you shoot over to the ornamental slumber. You go beneath the surface, and you see rows upon rows of crypts of death and dead. Till eventually you see a small chamber lit by a red candle. And you see an individual naked in there. He is holding a whip, and his back is bloodied. Something awful. In the darkness you hear, "Prove it again."
What was that, sorry?
Man, prove it again. The man raises his arm and whips himself across the back. My undying loyalty to you. Prove it again. My undying loyalty to you. And don't you forget it. And your vision fades. You're back in your body.
Which one was the one that was whipping? Which one was the gaunt?
He was whipping himself.
So that was the bloke that was whipping himself, not the one giving the orders. Okay.
That's right, yeah.
Good to know. Good to know.
Right.
I would let everyone else know that. So at least we know where to begin. Hey guys.
And after the dead is in a cemetery?
I mean, I don't quite know why we didn't look there first, but if you're a necromancer, you may as well go where the bodies are. Funny that.
I mean, there's mitigating circumstances like what you guys didn't consider.
Yeah, logic. Yeah,
Common sense. You didn't recognise the voice.
I don't think I did. Did I?
No, you've never heard those voices.
And I would like to do more, but I don't want to take up everyone's time, so I'm happy to call it there.
Okay, so the 2 days pass.
Did I finish my book?
You do finish your book. And as you read the final page, it almost just clicks automatically. The book itself bursts into flames, but it's not a painful flame. It's a flame of blue knowledge that evaporates, wraps around your head, and prints itself. Your dexterity goes up by 2.
Whoop whoop. I do a backflip to celebrate.
Make an acrobatics check.
Fall on your face.
Oh,
you do 3 backflips on the spot.
Nice.
That was quite beautiful. I'm quite happy with that.
Okay. So, you guys, in your spare time, can enjoy the revelries of the gambling from Dumas' Ring of the casino. Fine food is brought to you. Fine beds are prepared for you every evening. You effectively live the life of luxury whilst going out and doing your intermittent business.
If Verity is happy to, could we do identify on this bag of holding?
Question mark.
Oh, and I would probably gift the. I'd gift the pajamas to Bella.
Okay.
Aww.
A uni student thing appearing from my room for snacks. Verity, will you cast Identify on Arrabella's fantastic new bag of holding? Well,
I think that's a yes.
I think that's a yes. Yeah.
A 5 for yes, 16 for no.
So, okay, so you cast Identify on this thing. Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me, please.
Hey, bud.
Hi.
My cat's scared of the wind.
Well, it's definitely magical. It resembles everything about a bag of holding, but beyond that, you get the feeling that it is not what it seems. But any information beyond that is it's spotty at best. I mean, everything about it just suggests it's a bag of holding, but you just get the feeling that it's not. So, the 2-day period ends, and you have your venture before you. So,
I'm gonna need to prepare spells. Fuck.
as you go to leave the championship, and you head yourself out onto the street, you can see, because he's not making any attempts to hide, across the busy street, leaning up against a lamppost, is Talion. He's just keeping an eye on all of you.
And so returns our shadow.
I walk straight up to him and say, "Where the fuck is Malkaya?"
I buried?
That seems like a lie.
I mean, you have to understand that, we literally discovered all the lies you've been telling us, and then suddenly we go to get his body, and lo and behold, it's not there. And you, after not quite admitting that you killed him, said that you weren't going to kill him again because you knew you didn't have to because you'd already stolen his fucking body. Where is Malkaya?
Is this a quiet corner?
No, it's not.
Yeah, Valas doesn't care.
Well, one, I don't know, and two, I don't think there is a two.
Well, then three, you have no use to me whatsoever, and I turn around and walk away.
Bye. So, Rennas comes back over to the party.
Yeah, Talion says that he didn't take Malkaya, doesn't know anything about it, still thinks he's buried outside. Obviously, I think he's a lying sack of shit, but what the fuck do I know?
I mean,
I did tell you that he was a sack of shit earlier. Repeatedly.
2 days ago, not earlier.
Earlier in my life.
technically.
For Prince Ali.
I mean, we've got a pretty good bead from where this necromancer is now, so... Ornamental slumber, anyone?
I mean, I've already died twice, why not make it 3 times?
Maybe try not
You'll be in
to.
the right place.
Oh, no, in
True.
fact, well, that's because in my head, Ornamental Slumber was going to be your magical spell for making it look like I was dead. That's what I thought. That's genuinely what I thought you were going for, but okay. Now I've remembered there's a place called Ornamental Slumber, and that's what you just scried on. I'll accompany you there.
It's also on the map, believe it or not.
Yeah, but I'm zoomed in at the bottom of the map, so I can't actually see it. Plus, it's in black on green, and it's like, really...
I'm sorry, I tried to find contrasting colours to sort of make things stand out, but it was really difficult.
It wasn't a complaint, it was just I didn't read it in a place that we haven't been. It was...
He's hungry, he's grumpy, it's
I'm
fine.
not hungry. I had lovely chicken wings with
Angry.
hot sauce.
Angry.
I am going to go over to Talion, and I'm going to say... You know
Okay.
you know that you're a fucking arsehole, don't you?
I'm many things. Arsehole's probably one of them, yes.
You're not going to leave us alone, are you?
I want to make sure that you're safe.
You're not going to leave us alone, are you? Just be honest, and then this conversation could be over quick.
Well,
That
It's a
sounded a lot
wrong
more
wa-
threatening than it was supposed to.
well, it's the wrong. I'd say it's the wrong way to say it, but no, I don't intend to leave you alone because I want to make sure you are safe.
Okay, we're going to go over to this place to go and find the necromancers. You might as well come with us rather than like sneaking on all those little shitty things that you do. You might as well just come along with us. But if you ever come near Bella or any of us ever again, there will be so much hell to pay.
I'm confused. So you want me to come with you, and you don't want me to be anywhere close with you?
I want you to come with us and don't say a word.
He doesn't say anything.
So I'm going to walk back over and say, Tanya's going to come with us. He's not allowed to say anything, otherwise I'll chop his fingers off.
You do hear a very audible gulp.
Yeah, problem is it's with Hud as well, so with his own friend's weapon, you know. I don't know what that face is.
Talion, if you're a lying bastard, don't say anything.
But I think it's best that we just ignore him. He just keeps quiet. We just do this and we get out. I'd rather have him with us so we can keep an eye on him. But then he's gonna fall off a building at some point and then break his ankle and be on the floor like and it's just like just.
I genuinely agree.
Viewing to see that. So
Yeah. I don't think we can kill him. I don't think we can justify killing him. I don't think any of us would kill him. We can't stop him following us, so we may as well have him actually with us. Or I can keep an eye on him too.
Like a Lumpet, he's either in our shadow or he's in our party. It's one way or another, I think. Oh.
Onwards to the ornamental slumber.
May I say just one thing, please? Or ask one question?
Is it
Hello,
absolutely urgent? Can it not wait till after we've done this?
I mean, it will take 5 seconds, so...
Ask your question, Talion.
Is there any way that I can apologize to you and regain your trust?
Not right now.
I told you during the questions that you've lied to us so many times. How can we possibly trust anything you say?
And that's why I am asking the question if there's anything I can do to make it up to you.
Tell us all the answers to the questions you wouldn't have previously.
I will say one thing, actually, that I very much know that you did not want to take off your mask and hood in front of us, and I appreciate the gesture. It's a very small step on a very long road to trusting you.
It's a sensitive subject.
Thing is, you act as if we asked you to do it, but we didn't, and then you got all funny to us. We asked you many other things that you could have answered, but you didn't.
Well, I'll answer them now, out of my own free will.
But the problem is, Talia, now we can't trust your answers.
There's no point. I walk off.
Okay.
Just a couple steps ahead.
Arri holds back a little bit. What was his name?
Who's name?
Before he was Edgar, what was his name?
Good question.
He's always been Edgar.
Ooh.
And you're lying to me again, and I walk off.
But then that's his name, Edgar.
His
But
full name,
in the
Italian.
thing, he did say that he'd been known as.
I
another
don't
name.
know his last name. I never asked.
He did say he was known as something else before he was known as Edgar. And
Yeah.
he wouldn't tell us what.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what Arri is referring to.
Alright, well, that was a genuine mistake on my part. Italian was referencing the fact that if he had a name before he was Edgar, he didn't know it. Probably just maybe a street name or something like that. He was assuming, basically.
Lil Eddie.
Do you ask that, Verity? So yeah, if he was known as something else before he became the famous Edgar, then I'm not aware of it. Any other names he's ever been known, I assume that maybe he had a different name before he became famous. Maybe it's not unknown. It's not unheard of.
And what's your full name?
Roger, Italian.
Roger.
I know it's anticlimactic. That's why I like Italian.
We gotta go visit the dead.
Okay. Well, let's hope we don't join them.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you guys make your way across the streets of Jarasukai, when you get past the Temple of the Order and make your way more into the north east section of the city. It's a lot more open spaced, and you get the feeling that this is the area where they keep the livestock or the very valuable pieces of livestock that they have. It's not a farmland by any means, but there are certain sections that are literally cordoned off purely for animals themselves. And as you guys are traveling via stables, there appears to be a bit of a commotion there. You can see a group of people standing around whilst one man is speaking to a Jurassian. It appears to be some form of investigation. One man, he has got a well-adorned man. He looks like he could be a noble, but he's got a certain lack of opulence from the nobles that you've currently seen in the city so far. He's got a bit of a white collar that's a bit fluffy, with a long brown cape that's clearly meant for the weather. He's got parted curtain black hair with a well-kept goatee. He sees you guys, and a face of recognition goes over his face as he seems to recognize you. He immediately starts ignoring the Jurassian that he was speaking with and comes over to you people and says, my apologies. I do not wish to disturb you. May I have a quick word with the champions of the arena?
Go for it.
My name is Neum Grisha, and I am the premier horse breeder of the city. And I'm one of the very few in the city to be able to maintain horses in this frozen landscape. However, I'm finding myself in a bit of an issue that the local guard is not able to solve the matter. If you're able to help with this, I will happily pay you 1,000 gold pieces right here and now. Are you interested?
Always interested in 1,000 gold pieces. What's the job?
Well, horse thieves are stealing my horses for meat on the street, and I can sympathise with them as meat is such a rare and valuable commodity in these days. However, they've taken some of my best stallions, most fit for breeding. Now, I provide horse meat when the animal is old and unable to bear a burden anymore, but at this rate, I'm going to lose my business. And I supply the Jurassians with superior horses. It is quite a good arrangement that we have with them at the moment. So it would be in everyone's best interest for maintaining peace and security within our own forces and our own walls that we locate these horse thieves. Now, I've been able to whittle it down to a very few select people that I have gathered here. There is a traitor amongst my staff in the stables. They tip off the horse thieves to my magical and physical defenses. It's the only explanation as to how they can get in and out without any trouble. Now, if you guys are able to determine which of my staff is the traitor, I will pay you, plus I'm sure we could arrange some form of a deal in regards to fine horses, which I'm sure heroes of your stature would need.
I just look over at Korgrin and ask him if he's got a Zone of Truth prepared today.
I'd like to insight check the fellow first.
Of course.
Don't be a 1 or... I mean,
he is being forthright with you.
I don't detect any deceit.
So, what say you? Will you help me?
I mean, aye, we can do.
I appreciate this. I'm sure with your skills and abilities, it will take you no more than 10 minutes. We'll get to the bottom of this immediately. All right, everyone, inside the stables, the champions of the arena will help assist with this matter. Jurassian, you may now shut up and keep your opinions to yourself. You are no longer valuable in this investigation. Everybody inside now. And you see a group of people sort of mumble a little bit, and they go inside the stables as you lot follow them.
I
The
mean, if
guy
we're doing
earned my
this,
favour by pissing off the Jurassians.
I was going to say, by doing this, I would like to ask the Jurassian what his opinions were.
It's a waste of my time. I'd rather be getting drunk, but you didn't hear that from me.
So you've not actually done any work into the investigation, then?
Why should I?
Good to know. Good day.
So, going inside the stable, you see Niam and his silver-haired daughter, who he introduces as Charlotte, stand by the Jurassian at the front, at the entrance, and he points to his 4 members of staff. There is a young boy with a pot on his head and a big smile on his face, called Thomas. Niam says that he is a simple stable boy. There is a very brash-looking girl who looks quite ill-tempered to be here at the moment. He introduces as Judy, who is a horse hand. There is an elderly-looking person with a bit of a kind of I don't want to be here kind of look, as he's got a green hood up at the moment. Who Niam introduces as Horace, who is also a horse hand, and another person who appears to be dragged here against her will, who he gives a very, very distasteful description as Violet, who is the other professional horse breeder in the city. She's basically been dragged here by the Jurassians as a potential suspect, as it makes sense for her to basically get horse fees but take away his price standings so she can become the best horse breeder in the city. But all 3 of his members of staff here are also liable to break it all. So inside the stables themselves, you see 3 horses and a donkey who Charlotte is currently hugging at the moment, calling him Benjamin. But all of the suspects are laid out in front of you, and what would you like to do?
Right. Now, if none of you have any objections, I will cast some magic, and we can be dealt with a little bit sooner than this. Fortunately for you, I do still have Zone of Truth prepared. So, how do we feel about answering honestly and quickly?
Thomas says, "Yeah, no problem, sir. I'll be happy to do that." Judy says, "Whatever." Violet says, "That's hardly appropriate. I don't see why I'm here in the first place." Horace says, "Okay."
Violet, you've got to picture yourself in this scenario that, given the circumstances, the only person that's refusing to cooperate with the magic is probably going to look the most guilty, regardless of the answers of the others.
What are you insinuating, Dwarf?
Can I step forward and say, Violet, can I make it very clear that we will only be asking about the theft of these horses? We will not ask you anything else about... This will not be an opportunity for anyone else to extract information from you. We are just trying to investigate the theft of the horses. Everything else is your own business, and you can refuse to answer any questions not relating to the theft of the horses.
Well, I certainly will do so then.
Thank you very much.
Niam, Charlotte, do you mind stepping into the area as well, just so that we know that this is all fair and true and just?
Certainly. Charlotte, come. Oh, but Daddy, Benjamin gets lonely without me. Come, Charlotte, it's just a donkey, come on. Charlotte,
I'll look after Benjamin for you while you're there. I'll go up and I'll give Benjamin pats.
Thank you. Go ahead and make an animal handling check.
Oh, God.
Poke it in the eye, please.
I'll get a -1 to this.
And yes, you can, Verity.
So it's not quite in that one, but it's still a 1.
You go to pat Benjamin, and he just chomps on your hand. You take a point of damage.
I don't think Benjamin's very keen on me, Charlotte.
I
so
mean-
I
Oh,
apologise.
he's a lovely, really. You just have to.
I'm
get to
sure
know
he
him.
is. He's just not very fond of me.
I mean, 1 point of damage, that's practically half of Rennas' health.
I have 72 health, thank you very much. And an AC of 16. He's getting tough.
So,
Yes, I will cast.
so
Zone of
Verity, you are ritual casting that, so that will take you about 10 minutes. How long does it take to cast Zone of Truth?
Truth. It's instant. The duration is
Okay.
10 minutes. Casting time, one
Okay.
action.
So a small golden bubble bursts from Korgrin and maintains, and you know that the Zone of Truth is up. They are all going to attempt to resist.
Of course they all are. And as soon as they do so, I'm going to fucking call them out on it.
Thomas,
Fail.
Horace,
Does he get any pluses?
no. Judy, Violet,
I fucking knew Violet would be the one
Charlotte,
to pass.
and Niam.
Why
The
are they
two people
rolling?
I wanted to not pass.
Okay,
Ian
it just-
and Violet. Fuck me.
so you know that they have succeeded.
Until the spell. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails on its saving throw. So I will immediately say, well, I can tell you all right now that Violet and Niam may not necessarily be completely honest with us, because I can tell that they're resisting the effects of my magic. So, all eyes on you two.
Oh, well, that's hardly necessary. I'm the victim here. I don't understand why I have to be subjected to this. And, excuse you, but it's more likely that you're just selling your horses and trying to frame me for it. Oh, pish posh, Violet. You have no idea what you're talking about.
With all due
Thomas-
respect, Niam, you came to us, you asked for our help, and this is how we go about things. We don't know any of you. We have just met you 30 seconds ago. We would like to ask everyone the same questions under the same circumstances.
Of course, I'd be more than happy to cooperate. It's just,
Well, you say that,
Yes,
but you
we know.
resisted his magic.
well, it's sensitive. It's because of her, that's why. Oh, because of me? You're always stuck up your own fucking arse, Niam.
Is it safe to assume that you two are fucking on the side and you just don't want to admit it?
Violet just goes completely white and says nothing. Niam just goes, we may have had a minor thing in the past, but that is ancient history, and we are completely incompatible for each other. And I regret having any involvement with her in that regard.
Rennas makes a mental note never to
Involvement?
speak with anyone anywhere near Korgrin.
So Violet and Niam basically just start glaring at each other with really hateful eyes.
Well, floor's yours, guys. I've got to maintain my magic.
Yes or no answers then, and I ask each of them in turn. Are you the one that given that they're selling out to them so they can get the horses? And I just want yes or no's, and that's it. And if they give me anything otherwise,
Thomas says no. Horace says no. Judy says no. Violet says nope. Niam says nope. And Charlotte says
I'd like to insight
no.
Niam and Violet, please.
Go ahead.
Same Z's, if I may.
Yeah, probably. I don't know why I volunteered to do that. 16's not terrible. With a minus one, I get a better
I'm not
score than a
rolling
plus seven.
well.
No, I have noticed that.
Violet and Niam, you don't. They're very angry, so it's hard. It's hard for them to hide anything through because they are very angry at each other at the moment. So you don't get the feeling that they're being untruthful.
I'm going to spend this time and have a quick look around the stables and see if there's anything that might indicate other involvements, a secret doorway in maybe, something that maybe other people other than the people here are involved in this horse rustling.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
okay.
I like 16 apparently.
As you walk around the immediate stables and in the immediate outside area where the horses would control, You do see something, actually. The hay is, as part of the hay that's on the ground, is it's put in the ground in a very specific way that, as you're looking at it, sort of get a little bit of distance between yourself and the hay. It spells out a few words.
Ooh.
Maybe there was a more coherent message, but the hay has, been gradually grazed upon by the animals.
Can I see what words are the meaning?
Door, defense, orb.
Okay.
And as you have a brief look around, you can see that this entire area is surrounded by reasonably larger houses, who would, if they knew what to look for, would most likely have a very good view of any message made of hay.
I'm probably not the best person. In fact, I can stick my hat on and not look like Rennas, I suppose. Is the Jurassian guard? Is he still in?
Yeah, he's still there.
Can I walk towards one of the houses, but out of his eyesight, stick the hat on and look like him?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just going to go knock on the door of the closest house.
2 minutes. Eventually, you see a middle-aged man with a bit of a muffin top open the door. Says, "Yes, officer, may I help?"
We are conducting an investigation of the stables down the road. There have been some thefts, apparently. And it's come to my attention that there were some words spelled out in the hay. Now, it looks like some of those words have gone, whether that be wind or vandals, or the horses have just eaten it. But I was wondering if you happened to have looked out of your window in the last day or so and might have seen what the words might have said in full.
I can't say that I have. My apologies.
Do you live alone here, sir?
No, I live with my daughter, but she's currently at the store at the moment.
Okay. Well, I thank you very much for your time, and I'll be on my way.
Of course. Thank you very much. And he closes the door.
I'm just going to do a similar thing down to the next couple of houses. Anything that could have seen.
You're just general house owners. You don't get anyone. Until you eventually get to the fifth house, there's no answer at the door.
Rennas puts his ear to the door to see if he can hear anything.
Make a perception check. You don't hear anything.
He really wants to steal something, but he's in the middle of something right now. So he goes back to the table and takes the hat off before he gets there.
Okay. So, Rennas is gone for about 5 minutes. What do the rest of you want to be doing?
Do any of you know, or Thomas, do you know who took the horses?
No, sorry. I work around the stable, but I can't say I noticed anything of any suspicious. No, they always come at night. I know that much when we ain't here.
Horace, do you know who took the horses?
He doesn't say anything.
Horace.
I don't know.
Did he actually answer? I don't know.
He mumbled, "I don't know."
Horace.
I don't know. And he moves away. He looks away from you.
Judy, do you know who took the horses?
No, of course I fucking don't.
There's no need to be rude.
This girl is probably no older than 12 or 13 years old.
Judy is 12 or 13 years old.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Charlotte, do you know who took the horses?
No. I wish I did. I really like the horses, but they're I'm sorry, I've not seen anybody take them.
Niam, do you know who took the horses?
No, and that's why I've hired you.
Insight check.
Go ahead. You don't detect any falseness from her.
Fuck. Wasted my one good roll. Finally.
I
Violet.
wasted my one good roll on backflips. I mean, come on.
True. Violet, do you know who took the horses?
And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Let Niam's business fall to the ground for all I care.
Back to Horace. So, Horace, why were you avoiding my question?
No reason. Well, there is a reason, but I don't want to say what it is.
Ah, well, there it is. What is the reason, please, good sir? Or I'm sure the Jurassian's probably going to start jumping to conclusions, and most likely he's going to get very angry with you.
I don't want to say.
Horace, are you also shagging Violet?
No.
Would you like to be? Is that why you're acting so weird?
No.
I'm not offering
No.
her, that's weird.
Am I back yet, or am I still out doing doors?
You'll still be out for a couple of
Okay.
minutes. No, I'm not shagging anyone. I'm single.
Well, at least he's honest. For once.
I like to do that. Good for you. Stay that way.
Problems in Belotti Town?
I didn't have anything to do with the horses. Can I go now?
No, because you've avoided my question, you've not provided a real answer, and also you're kind of looking a little bit suspicious, my friend. This is magic we're talking about. I mean, I don't know if you know that.
I don't have anything more to say.
Has anyone... So I'm going to ask them individually. Has anyone offered you a lot of money to take horses? Or to give you information for horses?
No. Judy says, no. Violet says, why would I offer money? He's so incompetent as a horse breeder. He would just fail himself. Thomas says, oh, I wish somebody paid me that amount of money.
What amount of money, Thomas?
Oh, whatever amount of money that you're talking about. I'm going to talk like hundreds of goals here. That'll be really good. Hey.
How old is Thomas?
He looks about 14.
Okay.
Did Charlotte have anything to say to that question?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Has anyone offered money for information about horses recently?
Just Daddy. He just wants to know who's taking his horses.
Fair.
Okay, that makes sense.
Fair. I mean, you can't falter for that, man.
I was like, there's a lead. Oh, there isn't.
Have we been told about the writing in the straw?
No, yeah, that's what we're
No,
waiting
because I'm
for
not back
that.
yet.
Ah, okay.
So, at this point, I would say, Verity, your ritual casting succeeds, and Rennas has returned.
Typing in the chat.
So I'm just going to ask Niam straight away. So outside, it looks like there were some words written in hay that seemed to have. It looked like it was a much bigger, full sentence. Have you annoyed anyone recently? Was there some sort of warning given to you in hay form?
No, it's the first I've been hearing about it.
And how often are you at these tables?
Well, I pop my head around maybe once a week. I generally leave it up to my staff to look after my creatures.
Okay.
So, one by one again. Thomas, are you aware of any writing in hay? Secret messages to other people?
Well, I did notice it, but I thought it was just a practical joke. So, but I didn't think too much of it.
Horace?
No, I didn't notice it.
Did you write it?
No, I didn't write it.
Judy?
Well, you know what? Fuck off.
Judy?
Fuck off! Sick and tired of this shit. I just want to go home.
Judy, the sooner we get to the bottom of this, the sooner
Same.
everyone can go home. But
Alright, fine, I didn't fucking write the message, alright? Back off!
I assume she's still within the zone of truth, yes?
Yeah, she is, yeah.
Well, at least she's being honest and telling us to fuck off. Violet?
No, why would I do something like that? That's common peasantry
Well-
work.
Mm.
Can you just answer yes, no? Don't pop off, yes, no.
Oh, I'm sorry, do big words confuse you?
No, but why anyone would sleep with you does.
Ouch.
Charlotte, do you know?
No, this is the first I've heard of it, actually.
I'm just going to say to Thomas, if you saw it, do you remember what it said?
Oh, well. No, well, the embarrassing thing is I can't read, really. I mean, I noticed that it was writing, but I just didn't know what it was saying.
Okie doke.
So, Verity, you go over to Benjamin the donkey. He looks confused as you stare at him.
Surprisingly like a horse.
Hello, friend.
Hee-haw!
How you speak.
I'm speaking with animals.
I know.
Donkey friend, do you understand me?
Are all animals Russian or what?
The Russian accent.
Hey, indeed. Who's taking your pony friends?
Oh,
Please.
I don't know. I don't know. Can I eat your hair?
No, my hair is not edible. I move on to the ponies in the place. Who's taking your friend's pony?
Oh, they're not my friends. They're fucking horses.
I'm talking to the other ponies now.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you go over to
fucking
the other
punishment.
pony. They go over to the other ponies and they say, "Oh well, they are they're hooded people. We don't really see them. They've been taking the best horse one after the other.
So who has the best information on the horses? Who would know which one's the best horse?
Well, we would, and Master does.
Who does?
Master and our master, and they sort of reference over to Niam. Oh, well, we know who the best one is. I suppose the ass knows as well because he's around us all the time.
It was Benjamin. Oh,
Oh, Benjamin, are you not being truthful to me? Come on.
Hee-haw!
Hee-haw, indeed. Look, I can cast animal friendship. I can force you to like me, but I'd rather not go to those lengths.
Benjamin turns around and farts in your face.
Oh, I want animal friendship.
Oh, I need to check the details about animal friendship. Sorry.
One sec, I have it on my thing.
The spell fails.
he's not.
Are you not a donkey, Benjamin? Are
I
you
am
a- Is that
stealing the
Bunyan?
horses?
I am a donkey, and I'm the best donkey there ever was.
Was he in the zone of truth?
It's a
No.
15-foot radius from me, so...
Are you Bunyan?
What's a bunion?
That's exactly what Bunyan would say.
Yeah, 15-foot radius centered on a point of your choice within range, so... I mean,
So
if you want to...
have to make a check based on.
Well, I mean, Korgrin, you just watching Verity just walk around these various animals and just hee-haw and neigh in ridiculous tones.
I say
In a Russian accent.
I say human. I don't think the donkey is a donkey. I think this is like a Peter Pettigrew situation.
Who's or what's a Peter Pettigrew? Can I step forward with my zone of truth and encompass Benjamin in the zone of truth?
That's
Yeah.
how long they've had Benjamin for.
Oh, well, we've had Benjamin since he was born. Says Charlotte. Oh, he's one of my favourites.
This could be
Oh,
an
the
imposter. They
ass.
could have
I don't
stolen
know anything about the
Benjamin.
ass. Sorry, could you repeat that, Verity?
That's true.
This could be a cuckoo situation where they've taken Benjamin and replaced him with one of their own. He could be infidel.
Well, I don't suspect so. I mean, Benjamin's got this beautiful little heart diamond on his forehead, and that, you know, that's always been there.
Right,
So
shifty fuckers. Tell him, Bella.
Yeah, we shifty.
Get it? Because
Well, that's fine.
they be shaped. They be shaped. Yeah.
Shift.
Yeah.
I can't see. No, he's always been a donkey.
Is he in the zone of truth?
He should be there, yes.
Yeah, he's in the zone of truth at the moment.
Has he made a save?
If he needs to.
I will make us. Fine. Let me get the stats up for a mule.
I don't trust he's a mule.
I can't believe that you thought that we were going to suspect the donkey.
So the donkey has got a 10 in wisdom.
Benjamin
So
Wow.
so I'm going to have.
If it is a druid, they keep their original wisdom stats.
That's true. So Benjamin rolled a 16 on his wisdom save. So this donkey is able to resist your zone of truth, and you know that, Benjamin. Korgrin.
The donkey's resisting my magic, ironically.
He has the dreaded red token. I don't trust him.
Yeah.
Indeed, Benjamin. And I put my face close to his. Benjamin, are you lying to me? Tell me the truth, Benjamin.
Make an intimidation
I
check.
can just see her with her face close, really close to this donkey, neighing in Russian towards this donkey.
Make an intimidation check.
Fucking 17-year-old girl.
Against the donkey.
Fuck me.
The donkey looks really, really worried, and kind of backs away a little bit.
No
And
one
just,
will hurt you, donkey. Just tell me who's taking your friends, and this will all be over.
I don't know.
Well, I've exhausted all my options. Sorry, guys.
I mean, if he is a druid and we were to do him a certain amount of harm,
Oh my god.
turn back
I
into a
want to kill
druid.
a little girl's donkey, just in case.
I want you to.
Can I roll an insight
Ren-
on something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't believe I'm rolling an insight on a fucking donkey.
Donkey. Benjamin looked visibly worried when Rennas spoke about harming him.
I think
Like
it's
he-
an excellent one.
Like he reacted to Rennas talking about harming him.
And he shouldn't be able to understand me, should he?
Correct.
Did you understand my friend, sneaky friend over there?
I take my bow out, I take an arrow out, I draw it, and I count 5.
Bella, how
Four.
much would we have to hurt a donkey to make
No, please don't kill me. He speaks out in common. Don't kill me, please.
I let the bow down, I put the arrow back away.
I'm going to take Charlotte to one side for a second. Me and Charlotte are just going to walk off and be like, so Charlotte, tell me about your life.
Tell me about this fucking donkey.
Well, I'll hang out with the horses and I'll look out for Benjamin and nothing strange happens ever.
Okay, so the donkey speaking common.
Yeah.
Do you know that the donkey speaks common?
Everybody in that room, including Charlotte, looks shocked at that.
Okay, I'm still going to take Charlotte to one side. I'm just going to be like walking with Charlotte, just like nattering like girl talk.
Okay, maybe
And,
you
like,
don't
walking
know,
away.
maybe you're just a treacherous donkey. Have you been bribed to the dark side to get rid of the horses? Are you jealous of them? Are you jealous of horses?
You're going to annoy him to answer.
Those horses took away all my food, and they take away all the attention that is rightfully mine. So,
It is the fucking donkey.
so who fucking cares if I tip off a few people to get rid of them?
Well, the owners of the horses care.
It's
I know
not my
it's
problem.
serious, right?
I'm the
Well, I
best
think it's
donkey
your
in the
problem
world.
now. How did you
When did
learn
they
how to
put
speak?
this thing in a showroom? It speaks fucking common.
That is a fair one. Like, Liam can make a fucking fortune with a talking donkey.
This is
It was.
Shrek. Are we still Shrek in this universe?
It was Charlotte. She placed a curse on me, and now I am clever like a human, but I am stuck in a donkey's body, and they pay more attention to the horses than me, so I get rid of them.
Can I insight him blaming Charlotte?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'd like to join on the inside
Oh,
of
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
you know.
Rennas, you're so perplexed that the donkey is talking to you that you just don't understand what's happening at the
That
moment.
sounds fair.
Korgrin, you get the feeling that the donkey is actually being rather honest.
Why doesn't he just pay someone to some?
He's a donkey.
Wait, how?
What access to gold does he have?
Wait, yeah, I
It's the same
thought,
accent he's got to talking.
I thought he was
These
paying
other
people.
donkeys. Where are
for
these
some
other?
reason.
Oh my god!
This donkey does not have access to either. Okay, I'm holding Charlotte right now.
I mean, he can. It's not him. He's getting money for. He's not paying people to get rid. He's getting money for
My-
them to be gotten rid of.
Benjamin,
No,
did you like all the
no.
hay
Just
outside?
getting rid of them out of
No,
jealousy.
it was the most brilliant plan ever. I tip off some horse thieves who will come and steal the horse and then butcher them for meat. They get rid of my problem and then they get to eat themselves. No money involved, and none of you humans would have ever thought of it.
Was it you spelling out messages in the hay outside?
Of course, because I am so smart. I
And
am
that was
the
just
best donkey
directions
ever.
to which horse to steal, I'm assuming.
I mean,
Pardon?
Were the words outside just directions to which horse to steal?
And they were also instructions on how to overcome the defenses that foolish Niam put up, because I saw it all.
Yeah, you really are a smart donkey.
Can you?
Charlotte's
you
going,
arrest the donkey?
to which the Jurassian just goes, I'm not wasting my time in arresting a donkey. You deal with it yourselves. And he just walks off.
I mean, it's not our problem.
I'm going to ask Charlotte if she put a curse on the donkey, and I'm going to word it as curse.
I didn't mean to, but sometimes when I think of things and stuff happens, and then things I can't control happens.
Oh, so you're really powerful.
I'm not powerful. I just Niam sort of comes over and says, "Charlotte, what haven't you been telling me?" Daddy, sometimes magic happens around me and I can't help it. Charlotte, why didn't you ever tell me this? I was scared. I didn't know who to talk to about this.
I think maybe Verity could have a conversation with you.
Verity, it does sound like a very similar experience to what you went through. She does sound like a wild magic sorcerer at the cusp of discovering her powers but not being able to understand or control it.
What should we make a pack?
No.
I wish I could give comforting words, but literally, it's all just been shit for me from here. So,
I'm
I mean,
gonna.
luckily you guys are next to the academy. You know, enroll there. I guess they have a whole wild magic course.
Oh, I don't want to do that
Thankfully.
because if you go to a magic school here, then they take you away from the family. You don't get to see them, and I won't get to see Daddy, and I won't get to see Benji anymore.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how long you get to spend with Benjamin. I mean, he's not a very trustworthy donkey.
Well, what I was
No,
actually
we
going
don't
to see
know
is
that.
why don't you take Benjamin to the menagerie and see if they can help and they can take the curse off the donkey. I don't know what time of day
No.
is it.
No, I like being me. I like being cleverer than any of you. Don't take it away from me.
Would you rather be clever or dead?
No, Charlotte at that point says, "No, don't hurt him. He's my beautiful little boy. Don't hurt Benji."
Well, you know, Benji, instead of like plotting revenge against horses, maybe communicate what you want instead of, you know, murder.
It's not
Well,
murder if they're
please.
horses.
Pardon?
It's not murder if they're horses.
Well,
Then it's not murder
instead,
for a
prefer the
donkey.
word for horses then.
Is it murder if it's a donkey?
If it's a donkey, you can say no, then yes.
Well, that's convenient for you, isn't it? A nice little
Very
moral code to
convenient.
protect you.
Charlotte at that point runs over to Benjamin and puts her hands around it and says,
Benjamin, that's enough. You are going to stop being a grouchy little ass and start behaving. Because I love you and I don't want anything to happen to you.
Benjamin looks shocked at this. He says,
What? Charlotte, I didn't know you cared that much. Of course I do. You're my beautiful Benjamin. I won't let anything happen to you. You understand that?
and she looks at each and every single one of you with like very fiery eyes.
She's going to blow us up. We should leave.
Yeah.
I'm
I've
gonna,
done this one already. I don't want to be blown up again.
I'm going to say comfortingly that that's not our intention. We just want to make sure that you're okay, that Benjamin is okay, and that all the other horses are okay.
Perhaps you could find Benjamin his own stable so that he wouldn't be able to lead other horses to slaughter. But you could still go and see him and communicate with him and talk to him, but he wouldn't be a danger to others.
Benjamin, will you promise to leave the other horses alone?
Benjamin kind of just like shuffles his hoof a little bit and says,
If it makes you happy, I suppose I could stop being such an ass.
Good luck.
That's
Good
better, Benjamin. That's better. I'm glad we've had this talk. You're going to stop selling out the horses to the bad people.
yeah, all right then. Thank you, Charlotte. I didn't know you cared that much.
It's all right.
And she gives Benjamin a big, swift hug. Niam comes over to you guys and says, right, well, that's not how I thought this would happen, but thank you very much for finding the culprit. I'll let Charlotte keep an eye on him.
Before you go, I think you owe an apology to all the people you dragged here today, and also payment.
Oh, yes, of course. He reaches inside his pouch and pulls out a small gold. As here you go, as promised, 1,000 gold. It is a bag of 1,000 gold. So
Nice.
Into the bag of holding.
he looks at Thomas and says, Thomas, I had no doubt it was you. I just wanted to be absolutely sure. Well, that's no problem, sir. Can I get back to work? Well, of course you can. Judy, we've kept you away from your mother long enough. You may go.
About time.
And she just storms off. Horace is, he looks at Horace and says, Horace, I value your work, and I just want you to know I know the reason why you were not being very talkative, and I just want you to know it doesn't bother me. To which Horace just sort of goes a bit still and says, how do you know, sir? Because I've known for some time and I'm not an idiot. Oh. Yeah, he reaches up, pulls his hood down to reveal slightly pointed ears. He is a half-elf.
Well, that just saved me 50 gold. I was going to follow him outside when he left and offer to pay him to find out why he was so shifty.
I value your work, Horace. Please stay. Thank you, boss. Thank you.
Horace, it seems rare in this town to find someone who appreciates the value of character rather than the shape of one's ears. You could do a lot worse than working for this man.
Yeah. Well, I've had a lot of bosses. This is the first guy who's actually kept me on after they found out the truth. So, thank you, guys, and I'm sorry I wasn't honest with you, Mr. Dwarf, sir.
It's not me you should be apologising to. Be yourself. I think you deserve a bit more respect than that.
Being yourself when you're a half-elf in the city often gets you some very bad results, but I'll take your advice on board. Thank you. Violet, just stares at Niam and says, "All right, I'm sorry I suspected you." "Well, that's more than I expected." "And I'm sorry about everything else as well."
Have you two ever considered working together with your two stables and breeding horses? I'm sure that I don't know much about horse breeding, but I know that you need certain connections. Surely between both of your stables, that would help you both out, and then you could end this quarrelsome bickering all the time.
Make a persuasion roll.
More importantly, you won't have to shag in secret.
22.
We do not shag.
You make love,
But
don't you?
no, I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole.
It's clearly dirty as hell. They don't make love.
No, it's tender. It's so gentle. There's kisses and cuddles afterwards.
She ignores Arri and Korgrin and just says to you, Rennas, and says, "There may be some wisdom in your words, but only if Niam would agree to them." "Well, I'll think about it, so long as you're not difficult to work with." And she walks off. Niam looks at all of you and says, "You know what? This has taught me a real valuable lessons. The Jurassians are fucking useless. Sorry, Charlotte, don't pay attention to me. Tell you what, I'll give you access to my stock, best of the best horses you'll find in the city. So if you ever need access to some real good horses for yourself or for any group of people, you come to me and I'll sort you out. The stock that I would offer to the Jurassians, fuck off. Sorry, Charlotte, I'm not going to supply the Jurassians anymore. I'll supply you guys. How's about that?"
That sounds good to us. Although Rennas has never been on a horse in his life and is quite terrified at the prospect.
They'll teach them Jurassians who's boss. And with that, you guys leave, and you see a pettiness between Niam that was very similar to Benjamin, and you get the feeling, and you kind of wonder, who was the real ass in that situation?
Roll credits.
And that concludes the side quest of the Inside Ass.
That's a well-named side quest.
I'm glad we didn't have to go inside the ass.
Everybody jump up into the air, say yay, and we'll freeze the frame there. Yeah!
Bless you.
Meghan sneezes instead of doing a jump freeze frame. Terrible.
Sorry.
So you guys start making your way over to the ornamental slumber, and the houses around this particular area, once you get out of the livestock area, are a lot more gloomier than usual. There's a definite hanging sense in the air that there's just a chill about it all, really.
What actually is the ornamental slumber? I can't remember I think we went through all the districts at the start, but I don't even know.
It is effectively the graveyard of the city.
Right, okay.
Catacombs.
Are you right, Arri?
Yeah, there's only 5. It's possibly going to be at least another 2 or 3 more. Just leave me to it. It's cool.
She's allergic to clever actors.
Witty remarks. It goes down, doesn't it? Because it capitalizes on land by going deeper into crypts rather than spreading out a wide graveyard.
The deeper you go, the poorer you are, basically.
Go deep.
So, eventually, following the signs as directed in the streets, eventually you get to a rather large crypt-like cathedral that encompasses the area of what could be hundreds of houses, but all domed up into one structure. There is a constant grey cloud hanging over it, and just the general area around it is just colder than usual. And this is certainly an area for the dead.
How deep would you say the crypt goes?
You don't know.
Shit. Okay.
I'm guessing, Korgrin, because I don't really know how magic works. It's all crazy to me. But you didn't get a nice little directions of when you did your.
That's
Brian,
DM
you just-
discretion. There's the flavor aspect of kind of spirit coming out of the body and flying through the air, or just magically appearing where the location is.
So the way you journeyed there, it didn't give you any sense of direction of how to get there. You just know it was down, basically.
I mean, it was lit by a red candle. I don't know how many rooms are going to be lit in a crypt.
I mean, I was going to suggest the whip. If we do a locate object on the whip.
I mean, I was also just going to locate object on old Melchiah too. See if he's down there.
He's not an object. He's a poor dead person. How dare you think of him in such horrible terms? Yeah, it's fine. I'm joking.
To be fair, Verity, there's more meat on a horse than there is on a donkey. So
yeah,
Also,
when it's I suppose. Yeah.
I guess when food is the biggest currency.
Yeah, exactly. But then also it's like, oh, but money can get us food. Haha. You know?
But that's the thing. That's the thing, that you're in an area of the city where there is no food to be had, regardless of money. So
fair. But I don't know if this is going to be deeper than 1,000 feet. And if it is, well, that's a pretty deep crypt, really. So
we could go down 500 feet and then.
Oh,
try.
I know, absolutely. You know, go down.
If we find a way down.
First. I mean, let's find out, shall we? Let's go in. Knock on the door.
I shall follow your lead, Mr. Korgrin.
There's not really a door. There's just more of a crevice to go in, basically. Going into the main ornamental slumber, it is effectively a more morbid version of the sun-swept cathedral, in that it is just as grandeur, but it is far more gloomy. There are various candles that just sort of light the way. There's not a whole lot of natural light in here. There are various altars to various gods. You can see one for Moradin. It's a bit dusty.
Brush it off. Just tidy it up.
But there are a number of people here that are grieving, shall we say, wailing, as it were. You get the feeling that's a common thing. People come here to mourn loved ones, basically, that long since passed. And as you start making your way forwards, a man in a black cloak comes up to you. He's got grey hair. He's bald at the top, and his grey hair around the sides, and he just looks rather bony at the fingers. And he goes, "Welcome to the ornamental slumber. Are you here to pay tribute, or to process someone to the great earth?"
I suppose someone to the great earth. We kind of wanted to do some crypt shopping. We want to buy a nice lot.
Where is the body?
Well, we'll be delivering it within the next day or so.
Have you ever been here before?
No.
I see. Well, if you are processing a body to be committed to the great earth, then it is part of the ceremony for us to retrieve the body, to clean it down, and to commit it in a ceremony that exonerates its life and its endeavors.
I see. What if we wanted to peruse a good lot first? I mean, we're aware that...
Well, my apologies, but the lots are not perusable. Only members of the Ornamental Slumbers priesthood have access into those halls.
Ah, so you'd deny a fellow cleric of good godliness access to your crypt?
I mean no disrespect, but your way is to the way of life. Our way is to those who are no longer part of it. We respect that process, and we let them slumber and continue their rest by not having simple passers-by come and gawk at their corpses.
Okay, what if we wanted to go down there because we've been tasked by Oathsworn Bellius to investigate the necromancer threat that's currently in the city?
Well, one, there is no necromancer threat here in the Ornamental Slumber. We would know of it if there were. And two, I could not stop you if that was the case, but I would beseech you to consider the feelings of the family members who are still alive, and how you would be trespassing upon their feelings, on the loved ones, their resting places. The disrespect to them
And
would
I
be grave indeed.
assure you we'll be as respectful as we can. I feel like it would be more disrespectful to have your loved one raised as a corpse that then attacked you, though. Don't you agree?
Well, certainly, but I can assure you, my honor as a priest of the Great Slumber, that there is no foul deed, no foul magic happening here.
Indeed. But that's why we've been tasked by Oathsworn Bellius, not yourself. So if you do not mind, we'll assure that for ourselves, and we'll be out of your hair.
Very well. And he steps aside, a bit whiter than usual. More along the lines of that you're about to do his order, his place of holiness, a great disservice, but there's nothing he can do about it.
As I say, we'll be as respectful as we can, and as soon as we're done conducting our investigation, we'll be gone.
Very well. So,
down we go.
You make your way across this opulent cathedral, through a set of double doors, into a large kind of torchlit corridor that sort of steeps down a little bit. A few of the priests look at you as you can walk past, and then they look to the original priest that spoke to you, and he gives them a nod, and they're like, "Oh, this okay, there's nothing we can do here." As you go through these double doors, you are immediately besotted with large columns of bodies, basically large stone columns with indentations in each, all around it, that go up, and there is an exhumed crypt or body, kind of mummified in a way, that are laid to rest in each one of those particular areas. There are dozens upon dozens of columns that you can see, and there are 3 exits into this particular room, the room known as the column of fresh procession. So there are 3 exits: 1 directly ahead of you, and 2 directly to the sides of you.
Do all 3 go down?
You don't know. They are closed doors.
I suppose flag one of the priests and ask which of these descends further into the crypts?
They all descend. That one over there descends into the royal crypts. That one over there descends into the civility crypts, and that one over there descends into the Forgotten.
The Forgotten? As in, like, nobody's come to claim them, or is that what you mean?
Forgotten is the members of society who could not be identified or afford a place closer to the surface.
Gotcha. And how deep down would you say the crypts go?
Oh, many miles.
Oh, shit. Oh, thank you. Are any of them adorned by particular coloured candlelight?
No.
So not
I
like
know.
yellow candles for the rich, and then green candles for the civility, etc.
No, I can't say I know of anything like that. We just use regular candles down there.
Fair enough. Thank you.
I warn you though, if you go down into those crypts, there's a very good chance that you may get lost. You could be down there for days.
We won't get lost. Promise.
Very well. Well, I wish you luck in your endeavours to search whatever you are searching for.
Verity asked, be our guide.
My apologies. I have many responsibilities. I do not have, unfortunately, time to be guides to officials such as yourself. Make a persuasion roll, Verity. I can provide you with a rough map of the various sections. Would that do?
Would be most helpful, actually.
Well, which section are you planning to go to?
We're leaning to the Forgotten right now, right?
Yeah, it sounds interesting.
Okay, look.
Well, this is I've not explored the Forgotten crypts to their entirety. We are always expanding on them, so I give you the best to my knowledge. And he walks away. About a minute or so later, he returns with a small map that effectively it's a kind of a large crypt-like thing. There are lots of different offshoots, and it's not a complete map. You can definitely tell that from what he looks at it, but from what he has written out, looks like there are quite literally hundreds upon hundreds of rooms down there.
Well, thank you for this map, and we'll be on our way.
Of course. Have a very good day. And then he retreats, so you can do business. So,
What were you going to say, Arri?
I was like, could I check the tracks? Because I imagine if there's a back and forth thing to this place, or if they carried a dead body back to this place, then there would be like footprints or cartwheels or horse tracks. And I imagine they don't live in there if they're always going out and getting dead bodies. So there would be, a more walked on track than anywhere else.
There are, without rolling, I could definitely tell you that there are tracks in dust. There's a lot of heavy traffic, especially in these kind of halls. So, unless you knew exactly what you were looking for, it's going to be very, very difficult to determine whose footprints belongs to the person you'd like to search for, basically.
And there'd be nothing weird like wheel tracks or horse tracks or something that would be used to carry a body.
No, nothing that you can see. Well, I mean, there are cart tracks because they do carry bodies down there, but it's more of
It's
to be fair,
commonplace. Not.
you have seen I'll be honest. In this particular area, if you're going to make your way down into the Forgotten Crypts, you have seen priesthoods carrying very large wheelbarrows behind them that are filled usually with about 5 or 6 bodies of various people.
Is Talion still with us?
Italian is with you, and he's being silent the entire time.
I'm going to say to him, if you were going to hide an ex-king, where would you hide him? Like salt in the wound.
In a place where no one would ever find him, like the tundra.
Well, it's a shame because he's not there, and that's why we're here.
Well, sorry, I have no knowledge of any of this, so I'm just here to shoot a bow.
So necromancers make things undead, yeah?
Yes, they do, yeah.
Indeed, they do.
Cool. I can't guarantee this is going to do much, but at least it'll tell us whether there's anything undead within a mile. Primeval awareness. Why is my sheet so tiny? Let's open that up. Because I can't get rid of my spell slots if it's that small. There we go.
You do get a ping. You do sense undead within a mile.
Can you do me a massive favour, Jack? My character sheet has just gone really funny, and so I was on full spells. I don't think I reset them.
Okay.
But yeah, I can't reduce my spells. My character sheet will not let me. Oh, I can do it now. It's fine. It's all good. I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
I mean, I'm not expecting much from it, but can I, before we go down, while we're in this convergence point, can I use locate object on the pentagram with a rat?
What's the range on that?
1,000 foot.
You do not get a ping.
Fair enough. Probably deeper. It is a concentration, so that'll go for 10 minutes. So depending on how much distance we get, it might ping, but I don't know.
No problem.
But for the next 10 minutes, that is active. And down the spell slot. Bonk.
So they're either on our level and in equipped within a mile, or they're below us. It's
they're within a mile.
Undead.
They're within a mile.
Yeah. Well, I suppose we can keep an eye out for undead.
Oh boy. A perversion of life. Lovely.
And we're back underground. We spent a lot of our time underground. Not sure if anyone knows this. Didn't really want to,
But at least Korgrin can't fall into the sky from down here.
You joke, but some dwarves do genuinely fear that. As soon as they go outside of the earth, that they'll just drift up to the sky, because what's keeping you down?
It's a very good question. I don't know the answer. Well, I generally don't come on that bright.
Sure. There's no escape from the moment now. Oh, except for that.
So, guys, I don't want to, concern you or anything, but seeing as we might be going into a necromancer's lair, there is a distinct possibility that I may die. Do you want to leave markings on walls just in case they do, so you can get back out?
I mean, we kind of promised him we'd be respectful. I don't think carving into walls as we walk down falls under that respectfulness.
I think it's up to you. If you want to, die down here too, that's fine. I'm just, horizon gazing.
I just restocked with arrows. I'd happily leave an arrow on the floor that we could follow a trail of arrows back.
To be fair, I do have Revivify prepared today, and I do also have Raise Dead prepared today. So, should you fall, we have
Another handy scroll.
ample diamonds to bring you back. So, don't worry, we've got faith in your abilities, and if you die, I'll bring you back to life. Try.
How reassuring. Okay, cool.
It's not as bad as it sounds, trust me.
You only go through like 3 existential crises a day, is that right, Rennas?
Well, the first one's a little bit upsetting, but then you just get used to it. The second one was fine. I'm sure the third one will just be like having a nap.
I suppose it's just another realm to add to the list of random realms that I've been to.
Rennas is sounding brave. Rennas is actually fucking terrified of dying again.
Are there any tracks in the crypts? I assume we've gone into another place now.
So, you start making your way over to the very far end. That leads your way into the Unforgotten Crypt. So once you open those initial doors, there is effectively a large square room, and there are 2 lifts there along on the sides of the room at the back, and in the middle of the back of the room is another set of stairways that just go down and down and down into darkness.
So there were steps, but there was also a lift. Is that right?
There are 2 lifts.
2 lifts.
One on the left and one on the right of the stairs. They're big enough for carts, basically.
So presumably they probably stop at every level, because that's the whole process of, bringing the dead here. Do we want to take the lift? Or do we want to clear a path down knowing that there are undead here? Knowing that we've got a secure way back up. There isn't a rope that can be cut. Unless it's chain. Then it's chain that can be broken.
I feel the stairs are the safer option.
I think you're going to hate me for saying this. I think some of us should take the lift and stop on each level and see what there is.
But we don't know that the lift and the stairs go the same place. We assume they do, but they could go separate directions, and we might get separated and never see each other ever again.
Very true.
Oh, it's so tempting right now.
Yeah, let's go.
Leave Rennas.
Wow. Fucking wow.
I mean,
as per the warning of the priest, you can get lost down here.
I stick very close to Arri.
I feel if that's the instance then, and it's easy to get lost, it's only so difficult, right, to go down, and then hopefully we can go back up again, right?
So, in just map-wise, we came through the doors and we looked straight ahead. How far in front of us was the lift?
The lift are about 20 feet away from you on the left and the right. This is basically a small entrance area into the Forgotten.
And there's no up whatsoever. This is just down.
Just down.
So this is actually a point.
Yes.
This is an important point on the map because if we can find the lift, we can get out.
I mean, that's why I said if we just go down, then we know where to go.
I don't want to lose the lift, ideally. I'd rather lose the stairs than the lift.
But at least with the lift we know we're just going straight down. With the stairs we could be going this way and then turning and then curving and then going up and then going down and then going right and then going left. That's the
lift
thing.
It is. How do the lifts work? Is there do we actually have to manually pull it? Is
it looks like there is a winch mechanism on the lifts.
Unless what's the is it rope that just goes down? Is it a single strand or is it one per corner?
You do not see any ropes. It's kind of like a metal box. The very top of it connects to the ceiling of the crypt of the room itself. You basically just see an opening into a small box area that's inside the wall with a winch mechanism.
Okay. Do we want Talion to guard this level so that nobody can really interfere? But then that doesn't stop people from lower levels interfering with the whatever mechanism is above the lift or guiding the lift. I don't know. Shit.
I can't imagine him staying here if we ask him to.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd just follow us down anyway.
I mean, I don't see the point in guarding this area because it's a very commonly traversed area anyway. So what would I be guarding it against?
What do the walls look like?
They are stone / brickwork, very old, very dusty.
Okay, but there's nothing like, so if I was to say, like, wipe some hair dye on the wall, it wouldn't be disrespectful. We could always wipe it off on the way back up. We could mark with
I mean,
hair
it would be disrespectful to anyone who sees it, but you would be able to clean it up, yeah.
We could clean it back up on the way back up.
Yeah.
Guys, I've got loads of hair dye. Chook dash. We could do this.
Right, I'm going to stand up. This chair is not comfy. Sorry, guys.
All right. Let's just lift down.
Superhero pose.
And then just, I mean, the faster we go through footage, the faster I might pick something up on my spell.
Left or right lift?
Oh, shite.
Flip a coin. Roll a d2. The only time you can is on roll 20.
You can type flip a coin into Google and it will flip a coin for you.
I vote left.
It is one.
I was going to say left is 1 and there we go.
I got one as well, yeah.
I think we're going left.
We go left?
All right.
Oh, I mean,
So
can we make the sensical thing of like which one has been used most recently?
they both look like they've been used equally amounts recently.
Fuck me. Fair enough. Left it is.
So you all begin piling into the left lift. And
Could I
just
check
before you
to see if there's any weird markings on the lifts?
go ahead and make an investigation. There are no weird markings, as it were. There are markings that are effectively ancient sigils, basically, depicting levels. It's kind of it's real hard to describe, but it is one of those. It's basically symbols that determine what area is what, basically.
Okay, so there's nothing that looks out of the ordinary.
No.
Okay. Left.
Alright. So as you go to all pile into the left lift, the original priest that you spoke to appears at the top of the stairs, and he says, "Wait! Before you go down, I must tell you something. Now, there are spirits down there, spirits that did not find rest. Now, if left alone, they should leave you alone. But they are always watching. They are always waiting. If you disrespect the crypts enough, then they will come and find you."
Hair dye sparingly then, lads.
I might
There is
have
only... There is only, basically what he's saying is that there's only so much you can get away with down there until eventually you anger the spirits, and bad things may happen.
We've already got one tag along that bad things happen with. Another one ain't gonna hurt us.
I might have a plan for a way to leave markers that aren't visible.
Which is?
I now have magic mouth, so I can pick up a stone and imbue it with a message that's only triggered with something that I choose. So I can ask it to say, I can ask the message for each one to be like 1, 2, 3, based on the number we lay them down on. And then the trigger can be like, if one of us shout help, then the closest one will shout out which number it is. And that way we know
That
how far
is
to
a
get that.
super clever idea, Verity. That is fucking fantastic. I never even considered that. That is a really good idea.
That way we aren't leaving any marks that would disrespect the place, and it would only be triggered if I make it very specific to be like, if I call out help, the closest one to me, which is, it has a range of 30 feet. Would that be doubled with my spell sniper? Probably not.
Mm.
Oh, I need jade dust. Never mind. Jade dust worth 10 gold each.
Yeah. I was just looking at the spell as well. I just realised there was a monetary value to it. Oh, there goes that. That's a brilliant idea. The brilliant idea.
So I was
Unfortunately,
thinking I could have used prestidigitation to use markings as well, but that only lasts for an hour.
yeah.
I think for now, if we go straight down the lift, and we'll see what we can see from a level, because we can definitely find our way back
to the
here.
hair dye, Bella.
We can definitely
Sorry.
find our way to the lift, like from up here. So let's just go down and see what we can see, and see if there's anything within eyesight of the lift for now. Maybe that's an idea.
Could just use coins though. But it'll only last like an hour, doesn't it?
Oh no, it
can only
says
do 3 at a
one
time or
round.
something. Okay.
It only says 1 round. It's a cantrip, so yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, we've got enough gold in the bag. We can just leave a gold coin every 100 foot.
Yeah, I was going to say coins are not a bad idea.
I mean, arrows are cheaper. I literally just bought a load. and
Oh, I've
Roll20
just lost everybody
everything.
from Roll20.
Yeah.
Yep.
Reloading.
How many arrows do you have though?
I literally just spent 10 gold on arrows, but that was mainly because I hadn't actually bought arrows for a while. But that would have technically got me 200.
Oh, fuck. Okay, if you have that many arrows, that's... I was expecting you to have 40 or so.
I am concerned if, just gonna put it out there, I love my Halloween stuff, that if there are ghosts down here, are the ghosts likely to move the arrows and move the coins?
Potentially.
Is there a
It is
likely
possible.
chance of they are going to manipulate us to get us lost deliberately?
You have absolutely no idea.
I've been
I
watching
mean-
so many horror films, I'm kind of wishing for this.
I mean, it's possible, certainly, but that's why I say if we leave them every 100 foot or so, at least there's enough there that, okay, if we're angering the ghosts by leaving money for them because we want to leave, then I feel like those are just dick ghosts anyway, and they were going to dick around with us regardless. At least we're not chiseling into the walls, desecrating their crypts.
I don't want to be unfair on you guys, so I'm just going to roll as a DM that a ghost is a sentient creature in many ways. So unless they have a specific reason to move an arrow on the floor, they wouldn't move an arrow on the floor.
Yeah. If there was a guy that was killed by arrows and he's like, ugh, you
Oh,
dishonor
I
me.
hate arrows. Get out of it. Yeah, maybe, but I'm not
But
going to be that.
then,
I wouldn't be that
he'd
fucking
be-
cruel.
Yeah, exactly. But then it's like he'd be going into the territory of other ghosts as well. And it's like, well, hey, Bill, what are you doing down here? This isn't your floor. People with arrows here. You get out of here, you arrow-hating varmint.
Maybe we'd hear the arrow-hating ghost, and we'd notice Malchiah and go and say hello. Because he was
But
killed by
also,
arrows.
if-
I know, look Italian.
So put this as an example that we annoy a ghost and the ghost gets away. Is the ghost likely to manipulate our way out so that the ghost can?
You have no idea.
That's what I mean. So
Well, we don't know. Simply put,
I'm
we don't
more
know.
Going
But
down the lift plan and seeing what we can see.
right now, what we need to worry about is dealing with a necromancer not leaving a cave, I think. Simply put.
So. Ooh. Maybe. I have a map prepared, and I learned from my previous lesson. So this is effectively an ice caves map again. It's just that I'm not actually using a map for you guys to explore. It's basically from my own reference to tell you where to go, basically, and where the important rooms are.
So worst
But
case
that being
scenario,
said, you will not. I will make sure you will not be here for 6 sessions again.
and we go.
So you activate the winch. You start twisting the winch. Very low creaking noise. And as it does, you shudder slightly, and then there is a small drifting sensation as you can see the floor that you're on goes up and up and up until you no longer see it. And then you are in darkness, complete and utter darkness. Only those of you with dark vision can see the immediate around area. Those with the goggles as well, you can see as well, because there is no candle on the lift itself. You still feel the sensation that you are moving down, down, down. And you go down for about a minute or so before eventually you are come to another floor. And you come to a stop. Before you is another small room. It looks like there is a rather dusty oak door in front of it.
Have we stopped?
Harry,
Is there nothing further below?
You have stopped, yes, but you can turn the wench again to go. You can continue pulling it in the way that you did pull it in order to potentially make it go down another floor.
So this is -1 in theory.
Yeah.
We're going to go down as deep as we can, or are we going to investigate each floor we get to?
I'd probably go with investigating each floor because, like, how low down did we go? Would you say?
It took you about a minute to get to this level, and you were going at an acceptable pace of maybe maybe jogging speed.
Can't imagine locate object is pinging anything.
No,
Didn't think so. Well, it's not within 1,000 feet. But then I am relying entirely on the fact that Melkaya is here somewhere, rather than I'm looking for...
And that he's still got that amulet with him.
I mean, one would hope they're not going to be too indiscriminate about what their corpses carry. We can either...
Would you like to get off here, or would you like to go down another level?
Keep our disrespecting of the dead to a minimum, maybe? Down another level?
Right, so you pull the winch again. You start descending again. Once again, you are in darkness. This time you go down for about 5 minutes. Your silence, except for the creakiness of the ropes and the constant darkness itself.
I'm going to pull the moonlight sword out of the bag and look. I found this pretty thing earlier. I think it might help.
I forgot about this thing.
It glows almost like a very bright moon on a summer's evening. It lights up the area in a very serene and beautiful way, actually. So, after about 5 minutes, you stop at another level. This particular area is less crypty and more cavey, but there are torches down here. Once again, you can see another room, and in front of that room is another door. Not wide enough for a cart.
Did I see the door that I went through in the scry?
No.
Yeah. No board, no cart door. Do we want to peek in? Do we want to move on?
I feel like if we go down further, we're going to get out of my ping.
The fact that this is so different, the fact this is cave different rather than, means to me that this is the start of where they don't bring bodies.
Well, I was thinking it was more of the this is where they stop giving a shit about bodies.
Yeah, it's just where they bring the poor bodies, and where instead of having nice little crypts and burials and tombs, they're just like piled up in a hole somewhere.
But to be fair, as I said, the cart won't fit down here.
Oh, just through
this
those
door?
doors. Just through those doors.
The next floor down might have the giantest doors you've ever seen in your life. But I don't know. I am game for going down, but again, I will leave it to party wisdom.
I think we should go right down to the bottom and see how many floors down this goes. I think we should just count on
Yeah.
the way down.
I'm up for that.
You can send Toby for a quick scout, though. I mean, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. Whether he can go through a door, though, is a different matter.
He can't open a door.
Do you want me to get out there to go and open the door?
Or we can just carry on going down. Okay.
I'll do it. I'll open the door for little Toby. Go for it, pal.
So you open the door, and there is almost a natural, well, it's an unnatural cave formation of another room that it looks more like a readying kind of area for bodies. There are a number of tables with corpses on top of them. There are a couple of priests in there that are currently chanting on the bodies themselves. And there is the room. The cave formation itself naturally extends a little bit further ahead of you into a wider area, but you can't see beyond where it's just peeking through.
Do I detect any maliciousness from the chanting?
What languages do you speak?
I think just Common and Dwarvish. Yep, Common and Dwarvish.
It sounds like chanting.
Okay.
Or praying. Whether or not it's a good prayer, you don't know.
Well, Toby should be there, so whether he understands Celestial.
It is
Then
not
Celestial's like a singing, isn't it? It's like harmonious and shit.
It is not Celestial.
You know
Yes.
Abyssal as well, don't you? Or was it Infernal? Oh, okay. For some reason I thought you did.
Well, anyway, that is what you see. What would you like to do?
Back into the lift, I think. Wait for Toby to come back and then shut the door.
All right.
Go
And you're
down.
going to go. Are you going to go down to the very bottom?
I'd say
I'm
stop
up
at
for
each
that.
floor, but
Say
see where
stop.
it is.
Yeah, stop, count the number of floors and see what's there.
So just floor by
So-
floor, basically.
Okay, so you go down another floor. This one lasts 2 minutes before you come to a stop. This room is a circular room, a lot more crumbled, very dusty, lots of cobwebs as well. Torches are still lit, and you just see a set of double doors in front of you in this circular room. You go down another level. This time it lasts another 5 minutes. You get
Okay, so-
to
Locate object has ran out. I want to recast it now.
so you go down another 5 minutes,
No, I won't
and
recast.
then you get to a floor that has no torches whatsoever. But probably because those of you with dark vision at the moment, you can
Sorry.
see that there are torches and on the embedded on the walls, but they have long since burned out. You get the sense that nobody's been down here for a while, and you can continue to go downwards. The room you're on at the moment is a square room, and there is a thin sheet of bluish energy that doesn't look like a barrier, but more of a mist at the only exit into the room that goes beyond.
Mist. Gross. Is there anything magical about the mist?
It does appear to be magical in nature.
Is this -4?
Yeah.
Vent mist. I mean, down we go. Stay here.
I think we should see what the mist is, because if it's they're hiding something in here.
Yeah, destroy water cliff.
Should be able to.
Yeah.
Create or destroy water. You destroy up to 10 gallons of water in an open container within range. Alternatively, you destroy fog in a 30-foot cube within range.
Depends whether it falls under that. I mean, it's the same structure of water.
I mean, you're welcome to try or don't. It's up to you, really.
It's only a first level spell I can get to try.
Do we want to get off on this floor and take a look around?
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I think the weird mist is worth investigating.
Looks like we're getting off and investigating.
Okay.
Okay, so you get off to start making your way into the room itself.
I will.
I want you all to make a group perception, please. On the map that the priest presented to you, looks like you only feel about the first 2 floors.
Of course he did.
You didn't detect any falseness from him. It's more likely that he's just never been down this far.
I am just too busy looking at Bella.
She is beautiful.
Thank you. New hair.
Oh, I forgot to roll battalion as well. My bad.
Is he staring at me too? I'll punch him.
Well, we'll see.
What did I roll? 16. Not bad. Yeah. He's not looking at me.
Okay. And Toby is an owl at the moment, right? So he can see in the darkness. Good. Okay, so as you're walking through this particular room, you can tell that the walls do have dust prints on them, but the dust is disturbed with handprints that look like hands basically just scraped across the wall, leaving fingerprints markings behind them. There are a number of blotches of black blood on the ground, blood that has probably long since congealed over. And those of you who rolled over 18, you can hear almost in the wind noise.
Well, that doesn't sound creepy at all. I think this might be the floor with those undead that the guy upstairs was telling us about.
You
Maybe that way.
make your way up to the mist itself, and it doesn't appear to be a barrier of some kind. It just mainly appears to be a threshold into a new room. What do you want to do?
Are we just stood at the edge of the mist at the moment?
Yes.
Can I just stick my hand into it cautiously?
The man who's scared to die touches mysterious.
He's scared to die, but he's also not that bright. He doesn't realise that's likely to kill him. He just thinks it's mist. And it might be just mist.
You stick your hand into the mist. It is a cold, almost wet sensation. You leave it there for a few seconds, and you go to take your hand out, and it's almost as if something has gripped you around the wrist.
I pull very, very hard and say, "Guys, something's got me!"
Toby flaps his wings, and he makes some mist sort of just patter away on the spot, but the mist very quickly just supersedes and retains its form again. Rennas, as you're yanking away, I want you to make a strength check, please. As you yank away, you're able to get your hand out of the mist, but something follows you. A pearly, translucent white hand gripping your wrist follows you up to the elbow. You've basically pulled out a white arm that is connected to the mist, and it's holding onto you.
So it's still holding on to me, but I'm going to make sure I let go of any part of it, and I'm just going to say, "I'm sorry, we did not mean to intrude. We mean you no harm. I can't go, you're holding on to my arm."
Saying a different word.
I thought it was go, okay.
No.
Calm.
That's not it. That's it.
Come. Come.
Holding on to the wrong part.
The ghost wants us to... I was avoiding that joke, but that's just terrible. Guys, the weird ghost thing wants us to come into the mist, as in walk into the mist, as in progress our journey into the mist.
Rennas, make a strength saving throw, please.
Oh, fuck.
Is it possible to remove the hand from Rennas?
How would you do that?
Um,
That hand yanks you, Rennas, and you come a few more inches closer to the mist.
I would try and channel some divine magic through Rennas. It might not be much, but I don't know, like Sacred Flame the hand and not Rennas. I don't know.
So you Sacred Flame the area where the hand is.
I was trying to avoid hurting it.
The hand immediately lets go, and you hear this awful as it retreats into the mist.
I was trying to avoid attacking the arm. I'm going to shout, "We're sorry," and then immediately hide behind Korgrin.
A pair of yellow eyes appears in the mist. Hooked in nature, almost slit-like. They just stare at you. What do you do? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just wondering, I think.
Can I ask them why they want us to come?
Yeah.
Without Ellie sniggering next to me, because she's got the maturity of a fucking 5-year-old.
Are you laughing at their death?
No, she's laughing at the word "come."
Oh, but if Otti is laughing, well, then maybe the ghosts will misinterpret that.
I think it's just
No, Otti does not understand.
She's far too innocent.
Otti does not
So,
understand.
Rennas, what would you like to say to these eyes?
Just saying what. I just want to say, why do you want us to come?
Come, join us.
Yeah, no. You see, that's the problem. We don't want to join you. We're alive, and I'm going to start backing up and moving back to the left.
So Rennas backs away.
This may be stupid. Do we want light?
Give it a go.
I cast the light cantrip. I wouldn't say Orb of Oop just yet.
You cast light, and now you've produced light, an artificial light in the immediate area. The mist still remains a translucent, pearly grey colour.
Can we see anything deeper in the cave now?
No.
We lost the mist.
Reduced to ashes. Yeah, I'm of the mindset to dip.
I want to see what's further down. If this mist carries on for further levels down, or if it's just this one -4 level that's like a nope.
Can I have a guess at what this mist with the arms and the eyes is?
You have to make an Arcana check. Best you can guess, it is a threshold of dead.
I'm going to take a step back and go back into the lift because it's just. Ugh.
I mean, that was I believe that was a poltergeist, I believe.
I thought that was your own wild magic.
A wraith.
It could be something like that. You don't know. You haven't interacted with undead enough.
I mean, would I know at all?
I want you to make a religion check.
Bonk.
This is a ward of some form, often created by high concentrations of spirits in use of to entice the unwary and the foolish to join their ranks, and only those with a strong sense of will would be able to pass unharmed.
That doesn't sound like me.
No, so I'll relay that information to the group and say, I think it's time we take our leave.
Okay. So, you retreat to the lift. And you go to pull the winch left, and it kind of gets stuck a little bit halfway, kind of signifying that it could go further, but it hasn't gone this far in such a long time that the winch itself is
Jack.
kind of rusted. Yeah?
Random thing, but doesn't... You know, because Corgi's got his snazzy armor on now.
Yeah.
Doesn't he get advantage on religion checks?
Yes, he does. That was... hold on.
Like, I know he got an 18 anyway, but you never know. Could be a nat 20.
phone. Yeah, all religion checks are made at advantage because it's a natural conduit for activity. But Korgrin, you already know that trait, so.
Oh, yeah, so I do. That's my bad. I forgot I even did that. Well, I mean, there we are. My bad. I don't think I need the advantage anyway on that. Really? Do I?
It's up to you.
Wow, there it is.
Same answer.
I need
So-
to keep better track of that.
So, the winch itself is stuck. Now, it could be forced. It does signify that there may be another level, but it also kind of signifies that maybe nobody's gone down to this level in a long, long time.
I've got like an oil flask. Could I put some oil flask on the mechanism to try and loosen up the gears?
Yeah, of course.
So I'll just pour some on there.
All right. So you have successfully loosened up the gears. It wasn't going to be an impossible task. It was more of a case of a warning.
It was more, I'd prefer the lever to move and not snap off and let the lift plummet to our deaths.
Yeah.
Which is what I was expecting.
There are 2 barbarians in here. We want to just push things and make things break. And
Well, now you can have your wish, apart from the breaking things. Push away!
Do you want to continue down to the lower floor?
Yeah, I think so.
So,
Let's do it.
it can't be any worse than here.
I mean,
the lift starts descending.
We could break the lift. You know, that is a possibility. Just
While
putting
going
that out
down
there.
and down and down and down.
they could
And
have
you
used
go-
the other lift.
And
Or
you
they
go
might have
down.
teleported.
You go down for the next hour.
Oh, God.
Until eventually the lift comes to a stop.
Is there any
And you get
warmth down here?
No. It's very cold down here.
Got to be like close to the centre
The
of the earth.
way that the lift has stopped, you get the sense that it is now hit solid floor, as in it can't go any lower. In front of you is kind of like an open cavern area with a lot of stalactites and a lot of stalagmites. And there is a wet path, like there's a path ahead of you with lots and lots of puddles in it. And there are torches embedded into the ground that are producing light with a green flame. And
Wow, that sounds creepy.
there's maybe one torch every 30 feet or so, and it goes on as far as your eye can see.
Think it's a traffic light system? Not that Arena has any idea what a traffic light is, but
Well, that means
nice.
go.
Do we want actual real light while we're down here? I prepared the daylight spell today. I can... If there's a jack-o'-lantern down here, I'm going to be livid.
Does that just like follow you around the daylight?
I can cast it onto something, yes. So I could put it on my shield, for example. If you chose a point on an object you are holding, or one that isn't being worn or carried, the light shines from the object and moves with it.
I'd say keep it ready, but just in case there's an army of necromancers at the end of this tunnel, we don't want to send out a massive daylight
Yeah.
to let them know that we're here. I'm sure the big clunk from the lift may have also given away our position, but we could at least try and be somewhat stealthy.
Am
Good
I
point.
putting away the moonlight sword then?
I did.
Yes, I mean, if there's the green torches, we can see to move down the corridor.
True. Very true.
And just when combat comes, maybe get some daylight out. I mean, if combat comes. And pointed away from me so I can still hide in the shadows like a scumbag.
I am not liking that knocking, guys. I don't know who did it, but I didn't like it, okay?
What knocking? I didn't hear any knocking.
It was coming from Jack.
Damn it, Bella.
Ironically, that was actually my dog just scratching herself from hitting the door.
Well, it still helped add to the atmosphere, Jack. Well done.
It's almost as if I timed.
So yeah, I'm game for moving. Is it just one straight corridor? That's what we can see.
It's not a corridor; it's an open cavern.
What
Okay.
spell have I used?
Korgrin,
Mm-hmm.
you know this place. This
Do
is the
I?
Underdark.
Oh,
It's dark. Oh, I didn't mean to get that excited. Sorry.
oh, guys, we're so deep underground that we're actually in the Underdark itself.
What was her name?
That half the drow we met that we made friends with, or
Yeah.
kind of half made friends with. Yes.
In one of my notebooks. Can I find
She
it?
did say that we'd have safe passage if we said her name, didn't she? Did she say that, or am I imagining that?
Something like we have her.
As far as I know, you made a deal. We're talking about 50 sessions ago for an NPC for a
Yeah.
random encounter.
Kuliti! Kuliti! I wrote it down, but it's there.
Yeah, so from what I remember, Kaliti was transporting a escaped Quaggoth.
Mhm.
You found her, nearly came into combat with her, but I believe they paid you to learn the location of the entrance into the Underdark that you guys had used, because they weren't aware of it, because you were in their territory, or you were on the cusp of their territory, and they thought they knew all the entrances, but you pointed out a new one to them, so they paid you for your time, and you left amicably. So to the point where it was agreed upon that you weren't somebody that had to be killed on sight, but that did make you friends.
Okay.
I mean, I don't really know if they're going to be this deep. Like, is too deep such a thing? You know?
Yeah, the fact
I
that we
mean-
might know someone in here doesn't necessarily mean it's going to help us locate
From-
the necromancer thing.
From what I remember of the room, well, at least of the scry, was it a bricked room at all? Like, did I get that much?
It was too dark to see.
Okay. But I remember red candlelight.
You remember red candlelight, and you remember that the floor was stone.
Stone. Okay. So it doesn't necessarily mean bricked or tiled or paved or anything
Yeah.
like that, just stone.
Yeah.
Well,
So, why do you think that there would be an entrance to the Underdark here?
a good question.
I can't
Oh.
think of any reason whatsoever why this lift would exist.
I mean, there's certain flora that grows specifically in the Underdark. I don't know if this is maybe a cheap dispension method of corpses that have no purpose or belonging or connections. They're the vagrants of the streets that they don't want to inter into a coffin or even into a hole in the ground. They're just
Verity, just to answer your question, this is unknown information to any of you.
How old does the lift look? Because the thinking I'm going with is that there was the whole thing with the elves. Could this lift...
The lift itself looks very ancient, but then again, the entire slumber, it looks ancient. So
Okay,
probably the oldest building in Jaroshikai, in all honesty.
could this building have originally been here when the elves owned the city?
most of Jaros Jakai was here when the elves owned the city, so that would certainly make sense. And they don't exactly die young, them elves.
Okay, I'm just trying to put some sort of reasoning for this.
This is clearly very old archaeology, and would I know how old it is? Roughly, say this
Well,
passage.
Stone void.
What the Underdark passage?
Yeah, or like the carving for the the hollowing out for the lift.
Go ahead and make a stone cunning check.
What would you like for that? For say modifiers?
I would say wisdom.
So it's basically perception, but at advantage for stone cunning. Wow, my best roll of the night.
It's difficult to tell, Korgrin.
It's really
At
old. Sorry, guys.
at least several centuries.
It's quite old. Older than probably any of you will be. Or I will be, for that matter, at this rate. Well, into the creepy green light.
Might as well have a look around.
Well, we have two options. Either we can go and see the very nice elf people who I'm sure will be so happy to meet us, or we can go back to the floor above and go into the mist.
The mist is definitely a no-no.
I don't like
I don't want to be going in the mist.
I don't want to be going in here.
Are we supposed to be hearing that noise?
Probably.
Like,
There
I'd
is the
say,
sound of scuttering around you.
As long as that's not the lift going back up, which is what I was worried it was. Can I see what's making the scuttering?
Make a perception.
May I also?
Of course.
Me too. I want to see.
Fuck me. It's a 7. I got a 7 plus 7.
Now the knocking's not intentional, right?
Bellatrix. Somewhere in the darkness you see a shadow whisk past on the walls. As you follow it, you see that same shadow. It's almost, in the blink of an eye, it reaches the floor and goes behind several stalactites. Something is circling.
Can I tell how big?
Maybe about medium size.
So it's okay. Something's like.
You know that daylight spell you mentioned, Korgrin?
Aye.
Now might be the time.
Yeah, something's chasing us in the shadow. There's a circling. I can see it, but I can't really.
Alright. Well, close your eyes. It's about to get real bright. I'll cast daylight on my shield.
So, you cast daylight on your shield and it lights up the entire cavern to the point where you can see all the little cracks. And then as you see around you, you can your eyes widen. You look up onto the ceiling and you see murals soaked in blood depicting of various creatures that you have come to recognize as the Colossus. But they are being destroyed, trampled, cut apart, fed upon by a beast-like creature with long tusks, a huge armored tail, limbs the size of buildings. This is a beast of pure chaos, of pure destruction. A beast that everyone knows. The stuff of pure nightmares, the stuff that everyone goes to bed and prays is not real. And as you look at it, you hear a voice. So, you like the Tarrasque, do you? It slumbers very close by. You immediately turn around and you can see a white-skinned man, completely bald, with whitened eyes, And he is completely naked, but he is self-flagellated to the point where you can't even tell if he's human or not. His tongue is long and livid.
I wonder how much longer it will sleep. I wonder when it will wake. The time is soon. The pieces are in place.
It disappears into a black cess of mist. And you hear a snap.
Here goes the lift.
That's the lift.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the individual I saw?
No.
Oh, that makes things worse.
Oh, so there's lots of people down here whipping themselves. That's good to know.
Get the shit out of me.
You go to activate the winch, and it's completely loose now, as if it's not connected to any cord whatsoever. You stare out onto this cavern, and you realize
Map change.
you are stuck down here.
Yeah.
And that's where we're in tonight's session, guys.